All right, picking up from last time, I think last time we left right after you guys had a huge battle with Kargots and
Yep.
finally cleared out the troglodyte presence, the troglodyte menace from these caverns. So you've essentially killed all the troglodytes at this point. And we're just start off with the big loot grab because you guys spend a couple of minutes, you search all the troglodytes' belongings. There's nothing of value in the south with those areas where the troglodytes were making nests, but to the north, where Kargats was residing, he was holding on to everything that was valuable. And you realize that the troglodytes they have a huge just basket full of coins, massive basket. It's just filled to the brim with coins. On top of that, you search around Kargotz's belongings and you find a lot of useful things. You find, first and foremost, on Kargotz's person himself, you as you search his headdress, because he's wearing this really funky looking primitive chieftain's hat, and you realize as you take it apart, the centerpiece of the headdress is a dwarven key. It is
Oh,
exactly the same as the dwarven key you found downstairs when you bought the roper. It is you can't even distinguish the two. They look exactly the same.
oh, we can give this one to Lynn to play with.
Good idea.
Sounds like a good use of it to me.
So you start, but as you play with the one you found off of Kargots, you realize that it's mechanically different because when you turn it, different like gears turn, and different thing. The key, like the puzzle box turns in a different way. So there's something different about this one.
Oh, well, in that case, maybe she should take the first key since we already know what that goes to.
Okay, so you have so now you have both keys and they look exactly the same, but when you turn them and move them around, they look different. Furthermore, inside Kargotz's chamber, on top of that basket full of coins, you find another set of dwarven crested chainmail with Durgaden's crest on it. This time, it's a set of chainmail, very fancy but not magical. You find a fancy magical potion. It is a green.
Ooh.
It is a green bubbling potion. You found a very valuable ruby. You think worth a couple of hundred gold. And you find two magic scrolls.
Ooh.
One of these magic scrolls you think is there's a astronomical amount of power in it. Like this is a high level spell. All right, so there's your haul. I can identify stuff for you, obviously.
Yeah, I kind of want to identify the scrolls and the potion.
So you're gonna so to do that, it's gonna take like how many minutes for you to do your rituals?
Probably a half hour for 3 items.
Yeah, we probably just better go ahead and take a short rest, and that way.
I think we
Lynn
need
can
to take a long
spend
rest sometimes.
get
I got
dice
nothing
and-
left.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting. I've got like effectively unlimited spells because of my short rest, but yeah,
Okay.
you guys run out. I forgot about that.
So for simplicity, I'll identify the items for you because obviously Gregory's going to do his rituals. This potion is a potion of acid resistance. That could have been really
Ooh,
helpful
okay.
when Lynn got smacked with the
Yeah.
acid arrow. The first scroll, the less magical scroll, is a scroll of acid arrow.
Oh, Melf's acid arrow?
Yeah, the exact spell that hit Lynn square in the chest. The second scroll is your big haul of the day. This is a scroll of lightning bolt.
Nice.
Oh wow! Yeah. Might have to
Unfortunately,
watch yourself casting that one.
you're not level 5 yet, so you can't learn this spell yet. You can cast it from the scroll if you wish. So I will put all this in a party loot bin. I'm assuming that the magic scrolls are going to go to Gregory.
Yes.
I'll at least take the lightning bolt scroll, because once we reach level 5, I can just copy it into my spell book.
Nobody else can use these magic scrolls. All right.
After an hour, I'll go ahead and throw a Misty Step back into the ring.
Any takers for the so now you have a dwarven crested chainmail and a dwarven crested scale mail. Any takers for those, or are we putting them on the floating disc?
Is there anything special about it, or is it just basically ornate chainmail?
It's not magical. It's just very finely crafted.
And
It won't give
I'm
you
sorry,
any
is it chainmail?
chainmail.
Okay.
It's heavy armor.
I can't wear it then. I was thinking it was a chain shirt for some reason.
Yeah, I think Lynn would be the only one that could wear heavy armor in our group. So I don't know if that's any better than what she has or not.
No, I've got the +1 chainmail.
So in the big pile of gold, you actually find a couple of electrum pieces, which are very rare. They're not even used anymore. But most of them are silver pieces, and I just put distribution.
The Electrum might be worth a little bit more just for novelty's sake.
Yeah, well, it depends on. If it's just Electrum coins, it depends on like the time. If they're still using the time that we're in right now, then they're probably not worth more than their face value.
Yeah, they're sort of like $2 bills. They're curiosities,
Yeah.
but they're not exactly
that's
worth
what
that
I
much.
mean, like-
It's not like they're worth a lot of money.
Like one Electrum piece is worth 5 silver, and like 2 Electrum pieces is worth 1 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying if it's one of those things where it's not in circulation anymore, it might be worth a little bit more just as kind of like a curiosity, like, oh, hey, where
Yeah.
did you find this thing at?
You can certainly go ask around later when you get back to civilization. All right, so you guys are officially done here with the troglodytes layer. There's no more troglodytes. You guys do a thorough search, and there's no more. There's nothing else living here. It just smells awful. It reeks, but there's nothing else living. You guys have cleared it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably, as kind of other things are going on with the identification and whatnot, where I saw Laertes, I'm probably going to be scoping that area out and giving it a really good once over to see if I could tell like where he went.
You don't even find footprints, which pretty much dictates that whatever you saw might probably have been an illusion.
Yeah, but was like the illusion trying to lead us to something? So like, like kind of inspecting the walls, the floor, just kind of looking for any kind of clue as to why he would have come back this way.
The direction that he walked to, you walk over there, and it leads to a bunch of straw mats where the troglodytes were sleeping. Not you don't find anything in terms of secrets. He was you don't there's no clear like thing that he was leading you to. He was just walking in this general direction, and you go into the chamber that he led you into. It's a bunch of straw huts of troglodytes.
So he was just being mischievous as far as I can figure out.
You have no idea what he was doing. Now you don't you're kind of like wondering if he's if there's some sort of something supernatural going on, because you don't see any footprints. I mean, if he were actually there, you would at least be able to find some footprints or some sort of sign that he was walking through here. You don't see anything. Last time you saw him, he was falling off the cliff.
Yeah, but that's basically what I'll probably spend a good hour, maybe 2 doing. It's just scratching my head.
Yeah, as you're looking around, and
pondering.
Gregory is identifying all the magical items. Any takers for the acid resistance potion?
I'll take. I mean, maybe either I'll take it or Drake, who is usually leading the group.
I feel like whoever's on the front line,
Whoever you think is going to be the next to be hit with an acid arrow.
basically whoever's on the front line getting hit by everything should take the damage and stuff.
But you have to watch out, because remember, Kargot's fired it right into the back line at Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, this could go to anyone. If it's trap based, it's probably not going to help me a lot because I already have like advantage on that. So
Well, it gives you resistance. Like if you do have to take acid damage, you only take half. That's a big
yeah, but I take half damage from traps already, so you know it's probably better going to somebody.
Well, I would say let's give it to Lynn because she is the one with the healing too. So that would maybe help her
All right,
in case you run into that situation.
I'll distribute it. All right, so what's next on the agenda for this party?
Long
You need to
rest, I
find some
think.
place for a long rest.
Sure. There's obviously you guys have pretty thoroughly explored the entire Glitterheim area you guys are in. You went down into the sinkhole. You found the door that leads to the Dwarven Foundry. You killed the Gricks. You killed the Troglodytes. So you're pretty confident that there's not many. There's not probably not any more threats here on this level because you've explored it thoroughly.
Yeah, I will say there's a little cove down here that doesn't look like it's got a lot of. It's been touched too bad. I don't see any mats laying on the floor at least. So I'm guessing that it's reasonably clean compared to the rest of this area.
Okay. Just as long as it's someplace safe, I guess, to
Okay,
rest.
yeah, you guys may certainly rest there. It just smells real bad because it's where the troglodytes were nesting.
As long as we've been down here, we're probably used to it by now. At least somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I could think of would be to go all the way back upstairs, and that's going to be like an hour journey, so. And I'd rather not sleep in the Grick Cavern.
Yeah, there's no. You guys are pretty confident there's no more Gricks. I mean, because you pretty much smashed their nest and nothing came up to attack you. So
I mean, the other option would be to make camp at the cemetery, the coffins.
yeah, the fancy coffins, the sepulchres. You can go there too. Whatever you choose is fine.
As long as there's nobody in the party who's superstitious and thinks that the ghosts are gonna come and get us while we're sleeping.
At this point, the ghost is already out of the bag. I mean, you guys already saw Laertes, and you're pretty sure that he's not corporeal because he's not leaving footprints.
All right, well, I don't mind sleeping with the dead. It's probably a little bit less smelly than
Okay, that's fine.
this pit.
Yeah,
Sure.
and if the bodies have
All right.
been there long enough, then
Oh, I'm
it
sorry.
doesn't
Is
matter.
are we token locked for some reason?
I've been moving.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
was moving. But
Oh,
now
yeah,
I
I
am
was a
token
minute
locked.
ago.
Yeah.
now I
Why
can't.
are we token locked?
I don't know.
Oh my!
I didn't
goodness.
try to move mine yet.
There we go. Let me untoken. I don't know why that thing. The token lock, sometimes I need to do it because, I got to let you know that something's happening. You guys got to
Right.
stop moving your tokens, but usually I don't like it. Here, I'll move you to the area that you guys,
Okay.
of the sepulchers. Just for
It's not
simplicity's
that
sake.
far from the.
Yeah, it's not very far. Just for simplicity's sake. And hold on, I'm going to roll. Let me roll some things.
I find one of the open ones and I like unroll my bedroll in there and I just kind of sleep, kind of half
Yeah.
sat up against one of the sides.
Okay, I'm gonna give you long rolls. Long rest. Good news is there's no random dragon acid breath encounter.
That is good news.
Yeah, I'm
Did you
just
push
kidding.
out the long? Did you push out the long rest already?
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Now for the bad news. Let's see my notes here. Gray and Drake, I need both of you to roll me a Constitution saving throw as you wake up from the long rest.
No, that was where we got sick last week, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you two are already feeling kind of sick. Now we're gonna see how bad things get. You
I'm
do
guessing
not.
it was the water more than anything else. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh, well, that's not good.
Oh my goodness. Gray, you get sick. Drake, you get very, very sick. So you guys wake up and you realize there's blood dripping into your eyes from your tear ducts. You feel extremely nauseous, and you are inflicted with both of you are inflicted with the disease. One of you is inflicted worse than the other because the DC was 10 for this level of disease.
So I rolled a 9. What did you roll?
I rolled mine in the tower, so I don't know what.
Oh,
Gray, you rolled a 10. You don't have to roll.
Oh,
You
okay.
don't have to do stealth. You don't have to blind roll saves because we know the effects of it. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. So
I
but
just
you only have
automatically
to blind
did it.
blind roll checks. So you guys are inflicted with a disease called sight rot. Gray, you get level 1 sight rot. What it does is that you just have this constant bleeding of constant blood dripping into your eyes. The way it affects you is that any sort of attack you make that requires vision is going to be -1.
Okay.
Drake, you're pretty badly sick from this sight rot. You got level 2 sight rot, and any attack you make is going to be at -2 that requires sight.
yeah. I actually, it's fitting because I probably did the most swimming around in the water.
As far, I mean, you guys are guessing that it was the water, but you don't really know what has caused this disease. That, like, but you guys are guessing that it might be the water.
All right, well, this is a job for the cleric. Unless we have potions that can cure illness or disease.
These are specifically diseases, and the way diseases work in my modules is they're really bad. Lynn, you got anything to help these guys out?
Trying to look, but I'm having some issues bringing up any spells.
What do you mean?
A level 2 lesser restoration might do it. That is an action. It's a level 2 spell. It's touch.
Yeah.
It cures either one disease or condition that is afflicting it. The conditions that it can cure are blindness, deafness, paralyzed, and poisoned, in addition to the disease part. But you're going to burn 2 second level spells to get rid of it. One for each of us.
Yeah. For whatever reason, I don't have any, I'm unable to load any of the data modules, so I can't see
Really?
any of the spells up.
Huh.
Why is that? Let me see. I mean, just a player's handbook should give you your spells. That's odd. I'll have to do it. Okay, I'm gonna look into modules.
So,
Yeah.
and this
I-
doesn't happen till we have already taken the long rest. Is that correct?
It is applied after the long rest.
Okay, so
They wake up with bleeding, bleeding from their eyes, both of them. Yeah, it should be loaded. I see that the player's handbook. I mean, even the player's handbook should load your spells. It should be loaded.
I was able to load spells all right.
see the data module activation,
I
but
see.
I can't load any of them.
if you go into the spells tab, don't you have you don't have any, you can't find any spells that pop up?
Anything that's coming up, even if I've got all up, looks to be the 5e automatic effect spells.
That is bizarre because I don't know what else to do. I see that well, if you go to number of records, there's 10. You can go to 100. That'll bring up like every possible thing that you can load. And
I just loaded some modules with no problem that I didn't have loaded to begin with.
yeah,
So
I mean, very basically, even just the player's handbook should give you a list of all your spells. So I see. I'm gonna close this and reopen it.
Yeah, is it just not bringing up any spells, or is
Well, the whole thing looks different than it does any other time, when I'm loading just my games. Now, if I click on data module activations, I can see all the modules, and I think
Yeah.
page 1 of 8.
So if you see that there's a whole bunch of icons for books, if you just click on that icon, the book will open or close.
Yeah, and that's the part that's not happening when I click on
I
it.
had this problem once, and I had
Nothing.
to completely close out and come back in.
Yeah, from my part, which module do you need for this? I mean, I'm assuming it's a player's handbook, but which module do you need? I mean, if you're just looking for spells, it's a player's handbook.
Yeah, I would right now I've got the D&D 5th edition wiki up, trying to look at the spells to see which. But I would have to pray again and rest to be able to swap out a spell, right?
You can only cast the spells you have prepared.
Yeah. So, and I do not have anything that does disease or lesser restoration prepared.
Just to give you a heads up,
clerics.
when you cure disease in my games, diseases have levels. There's level 1, level 2, and who knows how many levels. Some diseases have 5 levels, some diseases have 2 or 3 levels. So if you cast a lesser, not a greater, a lesser restoration, it will decrease the level of the disease. However, if it's a level 3 disease, it'll bring it down to a level 2 disease. A greater restoration will outright cure the disease. If depending on what kind of disease, there's certain diseases where you have to actually roll to see if your restoration even works. But these diseases, you recognize this disease and you think that a lesser restoration will be able to treat the disease. But the only thing you can really do is bring it down a level. So if it's a level 2 disease, you have to cast it twice to completely cure it.
I was going to say clerics prepare their spells every day, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, as we're waking up, is this something you could prepare with today's spells?
I don't believe so.
Because
I think
don't you have to prepare before you actually take the rest?
that was what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm not sure of, is when do you have to choose the spells? Do you have to choose the spells before you rest or after you rest?
That would be the GM's call. Like I said, I have always assumed it was before you rest.
I always played it that way,
I thought
but
it was during a rest you prepare.
yes, but I always thought it was before you rest, because if it's afterwards. But the thing is, this is the first time I've encountered this situation, because the disease is actually the only thing that becomes a really relevant thing. And plus, if you get ambushed in the middle of the night, that might be relevant in preparing your spells before after the rest. If you,
It's not really clear how to treat it. Hold on, I'm looking at the section on preparing spells.
But nothing's stopping you from taking another long rest right now.
Yeah, that's true.
With two of your party members looking so sickly, you might just like spend another 6 hours trying to make them feel better.
You can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest. So it's at the end of your rest is when you pick your spells.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not gonna nickel and dime you and say you can't do it because she doesn't even realize you're sick and she's already prepared. I'm not gonna nickel dime you on that.
It does say preparing a list of cleric spells requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list that you're replacing.
Yeah, so Lynn, if you want to prepare lesser restorations, you may, because there's no restriction on you using any cleric spell that is of the right level. If you would like to cast lesser restoration and prepare them now, you may.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think you have 3 second level spell slots, right? You only have 2.
I have 3 second level spell slots.
So it would basically tap all your second level spells for the day to cure us, I think. Because I think I'm level 2 and he's level 1. Gray's level 1.
Yeah, Lynn, you can now that the disease is manifest, you do understand that you're going to have to cast lesser restoration 3 times to get rid of the disease on both of them. If you cast it once, you can take the disease off of Gray, but Drake will have a level 2 disease. If you cast it twice, you can take it off of Drake, or you can take it off of Gray and take 1 level off of Drake.
Yeah, I don't expect to go swimming again anytime soon. So, I mean, we can wait this out if we need to.
Well, why don't she just cast it and then let's take another long rest so she can get her spell slots back?
Oh,
Because I hate to go into battle again with her out without any level 2 spell slots.
Well, right now it's a -1 to your attack.
Right. So I said
I
she
can think of worse diseases, man.
Yeah.
okay, I
But
did get things finally to load. So now I don't know why it
okay.
took so long, but apparently maybe it was just because it wasn't.
Yeah, there's nothing special for you to click or anything like that to cast lesser restoration. You can just declare that you're casting it.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's one
I
of
will go
those.
ahead and cast it the 3 times.
Okay.
Well, I
That
feel
will
better.
expend your spell slots, unfortunately.
All 3 of them. Yep.
So now it's really a question of, do we want a long rest again? I'm not opposed to it. I could be convinced either way.
Well, I think we're getting ready to go down levels. I think it would probably be helpful if she had those 3 slots back. Lynn, what do you think?
Is there anything that we could investigate or anything up here that not in a major fight that we can do while she
I
spends
I
some
think we're
time
about done. I
praying?
think we've about looked at
Yeah.
everything
Well,
up
I
here.
can't tell you if anything's going to cause a major fight or not, but I can tell you that you guys have thoroughly looked all over this level.
Yeah. The only thing I would point out is that if we do take another long rest, it's going to be another random encounter. So there might be some incentive to move, if not just for that reason alone.
Honestly,
During
so far
the-
you guys have not activated a single random encounter. I don't think during this whole
Well,
adventure.
if we do take another long rest during the first one, I prepared see invisibility, so I can cast that so that if there is any invisible shenanigans going on, being that we're sleeping in a Den of Sepulchres, I can be able to see it.
I could actually
Yeah.
cast alarm around the area too to give us advanced warning.
Yeah, I don't have that one prepared, unfortunately. But
I
did
have
see
alarm
it.
prepared.
Oh, you do? Cool.
Yeah, I mean that's one of my spells.
All right. Would you like to prepare yourself and take another long rest?
Yeah, I think so. I did want to ask Gregory, though, to make sure that he has that recast of the Misty Step in there for the ring, the spell ring.
Hey, you guys can take the opportunity now to load up that ring. I think that's not a bad idea, since you're double long
Yeah.
resting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's missing from it, though, is the Misty Step, right?
I think I did cast one of the Misty Steps from the ring. Yeah. Let's see. I can find Room of Spells. Ah.
All right. Let me administer a second long rest.
Yeah, now we get to find out if we have a random encounter.
I got good news and bad news.
Yeah?
Good news is, once again, you guys have dodged random encounters. Because the thing is, random encounters depend on what is available to encounter. Since you have killed so many monsters, there's no orcs around, and you've cleared this level, you guys pretty much, it's very unusual for you to be able to do a random encounter. The bad news is, Gray and Drake, you're kind of feeling a little sick again. But you don't have any manifestations of disease right now.
Okay.
All right.
You think that if because you've already experienced this horror once, you think that the next time you decide to rest, this is as more time goes on, the disease may have to manifest itself again. Even though Lynn cast lesser restoration on you and took out the disease, there's something still there. It's the Delta variant. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I did switch out
Yes.
this time my silence for another lesser restoration, but I
Yeah.
don't know that casting it again, would that help, or can I tell?
Unfortunately, you think that if you cast it again at this time, it would waste the spell.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's just
Yeah,
explore.
you only cast it when there's some sort of manifestation of the disease, which will cure the manifestation. But there's something about this disease that's just persistent. But right now, there's no manifestation of it, and they're looking pretty healthy compared to when their eyes were bleeding.
All right, well,
Head for the stairs.
yeah, head for the stairs.
I don't recall. You guys have already opened this door, correct?
Yes, we took a peek up or down the stairs.
Okay, because you guys used the key that you found in the Roper's Den and opened the door previously, but you didn't go down the stairs, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, you're good. So you see before you a very long set of stairs that goes down into darkness. It's so far away; it's beyond your even line of sight. It just continues down to darkness.
I'm going to very cautiously make my way down the stairs, leading out front, making sure there's no traps around.
You go down.
I don't know.
You go down the stairs. The stairs start kind of turning. Like the stairs make a turn to the left, and then a second turn to the left, and a third turn to the left. Sort of like a square spiral as you continue down.
I'm not even over there. Did you walk over there? Or?
You walked over there.
Oh,
Yeah, I just dragged my token over.
It's all right. There's nothing special to look at anyway. It's just stairs.
Well, I'm like, well, where'd it go? All right.
So you guys, it takes you a good 4 or 5 hours to traverse these stairs. They're sort of like a pseudo spiral with squares. They go down for a good 400, 500 feet. Finally, after 4 or 5 hours of traversing down these stairs,
like north of the room that we're in.
yeah, right. Well, there's no map right now. Yeah, I'm just explaining your journey down these stairs. Oh, here, you're going to be transported to a new map soon anyway, so don't worry about it.
All right, I won't.
Yeah, it's a map transition. I gotta do. Map transition, sound transition. Finally, after a couple of hours, you finally get to the bottom of these stairs, and they pour into what appears to be a circular room. You look around, and the room itself is completely dark except for whatever light you choose to bring down here. I'm assuming you have a light spell or a torch or something like that.
You got
So-
those goggles, dark vision.
Yeah, the goggle. Yeah, the goggles of dark vision. You bring a torch. You know, even the goggles of dark vision in complete darkness, you have to have some sort of like dim light or something. So at the it's an octagonal chamber, circular. The floor is inlaid with cracked, dusty blue tiles, and the walls are dressed with polished marble. Large doors bound with iron exit from the northeast and the northwest. There are 3 cast bronze statues of dwarves. They are almost 10 feet tall, exaggerated in size, and they stand in the west, north, and east walls. The eastern and western dwarfs have axes and shields. The center dwarf has 2 axes. He's holding it in like a menacing way, like ready for battle kind of way. All these dwarves have, on their helmets carved in the symbol of Durgadin. You guys recognize at this point. And I need a perception. Check. We will take it from one of you, whoever's got the nicest perception.
Well, considering that I'm out front, that would probably be maybe me and somebody
I
else.
got +4.
Yeah, whoever's got the nicest one, I'll take. Just one
Plus
perception.
5 for me.
All right, well then it's gonna be one of you two because I only got a +2.
All right, Lynn, you are. It's your call. Roll that perception.
Does that go in the tower or out?
Tower. Lynn, somewhere in the distance, you hear the clanging of a hammer against an anvil. Clink, clink.
Do I get any sense of direction that it's coming from?
You think vaguely, maybe east. But it's actually transmitting through the walls, so it's very difficult to pinpoint a location.
She will tell them, I hear a hammer.
Clink, clink, clink.
I was gonna say I'm getting trappish vibes from this octagon room.
What's giving you that idea?
I would
that dwarf,
just
the menacing dwarf with the 2 axes.
Yeah. Just the statues with axes in general, the shattered, cracked floor. I kind of have a feeling like this was almost set up as like.
I would honestly, I would feel the same exact way. I had come up to this area and I were a player.
But there is nowhere else to go that I see.
So what you guys see is you see 2 doors out of this chamber, this octagon chamber, one to the northwest and one to the northeast.
Yeah, I'm gonna get down to floor level and I'm just gonna kind of look across the floor. I'm looking for traps.
And Lynn is going to
specifically
look
with the
up.
floor.
You may roll me, if you're looking at the floor, you may roll me a perception on a floor. Because you gotta be very specific on what you're looking at in terms of traps or anything else. On the floor, you see what appears to be a bunch of scrape marks They are in front of that statue, the one in the center.
Yeah. Yeah, there's scrape marks on the floor, I'm guessing from
Yeah.
the axes. I have a feeling these statues might be traps.
Or maybe it pulls out to another door.
That's possible too. What did you see looking up?
What do you mean, looking?
Is there anything on the ceiling?
The ceiling is about 15 feet tall. It also kind of domes in an octagonal shape. You do not see anything specifically on the ceiling that of interest.
It doesn't look like these are pressure plates in any way.
Not that you can tell from on the
Right.
floor. But when you examine the floor, what you do notice is you definitely notice that statue in the center, there's scrape marks.
No scrape marks
No.
on the other statues or in front of the other statues.
No scrape marks in front of them.
Are the scrape marks vertical, or do they come in a certain direction?
These scrape marks, I can let me help you out. I will draw. I will kind of paint them. So there's scrape marks going this way, scrape marks going this way, scrape marks going this way. There's a lot of these kind of scrape marks around this center statue, but there are no scrape marks that you can tell around the other two statues.
Yeah. I'm gonna huddle myself up against the wall here and kind of walk around the room clockwise, staying out from in front of the statues. And I will kind of check for any kind of secret doors or anything as I'm kind of going along to the first statue.
So far you don't see anything.
Right.
Anything that seems like to be a trap. You kind of inspect this statue to the left. You don't see anything.
Okay, so it doesn't look like it moves in any way.
Not from what you can tell.
Okay.
So if somebody wanted to, can they squeeze behind it to get to the other door?
Yes. There's enough room to go behind that statue.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to do, was just continue around the room clockwise.
So you get to the door, and you notice that the scrape marks actually continue into the door.
Oh, okay. For now, I'm going to bypass the door, and I'm going to continue over to the statue at the 12 o'clock position here.
Okay. So what are you going to do with the statue? Okay.
I'm going to search it over for some kind of mechanism or indication that it moves in some way. That it's not just like a stone statue.
So in this case, this is more appropriate in terms of like an investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an investigation. You're trying to figure out how this statue works. You're not completely sure, but you're pretty sure that the statue's arms move. You don't know. You can't identify the mechanism by which they move. It's something inside the statue itself, but you're pretty sure that the arms of the statue with these axes move. The statue itself is holding up these axes way up in the air, and you deduce from the scrape marks that it probably swings them down. So you
stone,
don't
metal.
These are the statue itself is made out of stone, but whatever is creating this mechanism, you don't know. It's inside the statue.
Well, no, I mean the axes themselves, are they stone, metal?
No, these are straight up like weapons. They are metal axes.
Okay.
They look like you don't want to get hit by them.
Yeah. So staying behind the dwarf here, do the axes look like they're removable?
You don't know how to remove them. You kind of you investigate it, but you don't know how to disarm these axes.
Okay.
Lynn will yell over and ask what the handles are made of. Are they metal?
The doors themselves are iron bound. The doors themselves are made out of wood. They have
Uh.
iron-bound handles. Like it's kind of a wood that has like these iron bindings around it.
I mean, the axe handles, are they made out of metal with like a metal with an axe head on it, or is it a wood with an axe head? Or
Actually, that's an interesting question. They are just battle axes, so if battle axes have wood on them, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it could depend. I know like a
You know
lot of
what?
axes
But
typically it's just the head.
thinking about these dwarves, I would make them metal. Thinking about what the doors would do.
I mean, metal would make sense if you were building something to last. You probably wouldn't want the wood to rot
Yeah,
away.
exactly. So I would think that these are metal handled axes. But even if they're wooden handles, usually the axe, when you make a functional weapon, like a knife or something like that, the stem of the knife will still be inside the handle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Does it look like the axes can slide out of the hands? Like it does? Does it look like they're formed into the statue, or does it look like they're separate from the statue?
When you were checking them out, you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell without probably activating this mechanism. You think?
Okay.
Did you check the doors for the mechanism? Maybe when you open the doors, that's when the axes activate.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll continue feeling my way along the north. Again, just keeping an eye out for any kind of secret doors as I go here.
The other door is identical to the left and right doors. They are identical. Also, they have the axe scrapings continue into the door itself.
Now, if I look the door over, does it look like the door has any kind of mechanism that is connected to the statue? Like, is there
You can investigate the
pull
door.
lever?
Did you have like some kind of trap?
There's nothing that you
Kinda
can see on the door itself that you think could be some sort of mechanism. That not to say there
Right.
isn't, but there's nothing that you can see from just kind of passively investigating it.
Yeah,
You think that
Great.
if you were to activate the trap, you probably would find out.
yeah, Gray. For
Not in a
to
good
answer,
way.
to answer your question, I don't have anything special with finding traps. It's just that if I set them off, I am
Okay.
protected.
That's right. But you can find special or secret doors easily. That's what.
Yes, secret doors I can find very
Okay,
easily. So
okay.
I'll continue around the room, just kind of giving the other walls a feel here for any kind of secret passages.
how do the handles of the door turn? Is it
You may roll another investigation. And then roll one more investigation when you get down there. I'm afraid you do not find any secret passages.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I guess I'll be brave and I'll step into the middle of the room then.
Stepping in
You
the middle
think-
of the room does not activate any traps.
Do you
Okay.
think that we could tie a rope to one of the doors and pull the handle from back at the stairs?
We got mage hand.
Yeah. I think I'm actually just gonna see if I can remove the axe. So I'll go back around to the side wall here and make my way around to the back of the statue.
I'm gonna ask how much does the axe weigh? If it weighs less than 10 pounds, I can just grab it with my mage hand.
Battle.
It's a battle axe. so
You're
it's
pretty
more-
battle
certain
axe.
that the axe and the stone arm connected to the axe weigh more than 10 pounds.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and pull the axe out of one of the axes out of his hands.
You're going to try to manipulate the axe.
Yep, I'm gonna try and pull it out.
Okay, unfortunately, as you hit the axe, as you sit there and start pushing and pulling on the axe, you do get advantage on this. You I think you get advantage on traps.
Yeah.
You need a dex save as the axe whirls around in a circle, scraping the door and the floor. So you
What about behind the statue though?
The axe still scrapes you.
Okay.
Yeah, but you get advantage on the roll. You do jump out of the way. The axe makes like 2 revolutions really fast, and it scrapes so fast that it puts sparks on the floor. But you jump out of the way.
All right. Well, that wasn't such a smart idea.
So you see
And-
that the axe is pretty firmly connected to this statue. It's not something you can easily just take out of the statue. But I'll let you roll another investigation on it now that you saw how it moves.
Okay.
You can do this with advantage, actually, because you actually saw how it moves now. Because you've been kind of mucking around with it earlier.
Yeah, playing with it.
Unfortunately, you still don't know how to disable it. You don't have a good idea of how exactly disable it without actually just setting it off. But you know that one thing that sets it off is poking it.
All right, guys. Well, we got 2 doors, and poking the statue is the only thing I found that will set the statue off. So I guess rope trick is probably the best bet here. Is just open the doors with a piece of rope, or if the door is light enough, maybe even Greg could mage hand it.
Yeah, you can do that.
Let me get out from behind the statue though first.
Okay. So what do you want to try next?
Greg?
Let's do mage hand.
Mage hand it.
Greg, you cast Mage Hand. You grab the door handle. Unfortunately, the pressure you need to pull this door handle is heavier than the Mage Hand can handle.
Okay.
You're thinking like this door handle is definitely more than 10 pounds of pressure. You're gonna need to pull it heavily to pull on this thing.
All right, so I'll come back over to the door here, and I guess I should do what I should have done in the first place, and that is, does the door appear to be locked in any way?
There's no lock on the door. There's only a handle.
So it is just a handle.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess I'll tie the end of my rope around it and then walk out of the line of fire.
Now, here's the question. Do the doors, if we were to open,
They pull inward.
They go inward, they don't go outward? So
Yeah.
would they be open doors?
Yeah, both these doors pull inward. They're identical, actually. Like mirror images of each other.
So pull inward as in if we were to open them, we'd be pushing them or pulling them?
You'd be pulling them.
Okay. So if they don't appear to be locked, and they're full open doors,
I rope to them and then wall pull on it.
They're very clearly trapped. You guys know. You actually know exactly how this trap is going to work.
Actually, it's a 50-foot length of rope, right? So I'm gonna tie one end to the left handle and one end to the right handle, and then I'm gonna pull on the center and pull both the doors open at the same time.
Okay,
Well, I'm going to help you.
So you tie up you rig up the rope like that. I need you to roll a strength check to pull on this rope.
I'm helping him.
Okay,
so.
okay, you can do a helped strength check.
You can do the strength check. I'm not very strong. Or even Lynn can do the strength check.
Anybody can do this. Yeah, anybody.
Yeah.
You can
You're the strongest.
You can do a tug of war on this.
Okay, if I'm helping Lynn to pull it, do I roll a strength check too? Is that what you're saying?
Somebody rolls a check and then gets advantage, and you guys are all pulling at the same time.
Okay, Lynn, you go ahead and roll the strength check because I think you're the strongest.
Okay. You said I got advantage, or
Yeah, you got
he said-
advantage.
he said advantage.
You can use athletics actually if you have it. You don't have. I'll take an athletics check if you do have it.
I do not.
So it doesn't matter. It's just a strength check. Oh yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, it should have been in the tower, but that's fine. I'll take it. So yeah, you easily pull both these doors with one hand. You're so strong today, but unfortunately, what happens is as you pull the doors and both of them open about 10 degrees, the trap goes off. Both of these these axes start swinging around, helicoptering, and they cut your rope.
Okay. Were we able to tell
And the doors snap back shut.
is there any place between those since we saw them moving, that
Well, you
you
guys,
might be able to
only
put it
saw it for an instant. So whoever has the highest perception check, I will let you roll that perception check.
Somebody else can do this.
I got +4.
Actually, I will accept a perception. I will also accept an investigation for this one. Either or. Whoever's got the highest, you may roll it.
I got +4 perception. So has anybody got any better than that, or
+5 perception for me.
Five, will you-
+4 investigation.
go ahead with the +5 perception?
You may guide yourself too, or whatever. Help
Okay, I'll
guide
just-
anything. You may do all that. Because you guys
I
are here
will-
mucking with this and you guys are spending time thinking about it, so.
I will roll the guidance after.
Okay, that'll do it. So this is what you noticed. You were paying very close attention as you were pulling on this rope. Right before the rope got cut. Now at this point you have like two lengths of like 25. You got like a length of 12 foot and a length of 12 foot and a length of like 25-foot rope because this thing has cut these ropes. But you notice that behind both of these doors, there is no passage. It's just wall. Behind both of them, you notice that. And you notice that the statue on the right to the east, as you were pulling open those doors, you only pull them open like 10 degrees, but that statue seems to have kind of shifted. But when the door slammed shut, that statue shifted right back.
So maybe we need to push on the statue to turn it.
You saw that the statue was turning slightly clockwise as those doors were opening and the trap went off. So there's a little clue there about what's going on here.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this train of thought. Please continue.
Yeah, we should try to. I think you're saying we should try to maybe push the statue.
Like
Whatever
take
way
a
you said-
hold of the axe and
Or
use
turn it.
and turn it. You try to
Yes.
put both hands on either side of the axe and try to shift it in the same direction it was moving.
Yes.
So what is it you would like to do? This statue to the right, he's also wielding an axe and a shield. And you saw the statue, the whole base of the statue was actually shifting as you opened up those doors.
So I think she would try to put a hand on each of his arms or where the axe is and kind of use that to turn the statue in the direction it was moving and see if it
Okay,
would turn.
you turn the statue clockwise and you're able to turn this statue 90 degrees. Once you turn it 90 degrees, it clicks into place and you hear some shifting in the walls.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so
And
you've done something. You've activated something.
I'll try that with the other one and see if it takes two of them to open up whatever.
The other one, unfortunately, you don't think moves at all.
Okay.
But this one to the right has moved, and now it's clicked into place facing 90 degrees clockwise from before.
Well, it could be related to the door.
But which one? I wonder.
Yeah.
But Lynn, you're pretty sure that both of these doors, there's nothing behind either of them. You remember looking behind them as they opened, it was just wall. And you actually see like a little chain coming out of the wall connected to the door. Like opening the doors was activating something. And the doors were fake. Now you kind of realize that.
And
Um,
go ahead.
if she relays this information, can I try to actually crack one of the doors open and disconnect the chain?
Sure.
All right, I'll do that to this door with the statue turned. So I'll kind of carefully open the door and then try to reach my arm back in and like disconnect the chain if it will disconnect.
Once the statue is turned, the axes no longer spin. So you open the door, and now you see that this is a very, very strong steel chain that's pulling some sort of mechanism. You open the door, and if as you open it 90 degrees, this door clicks into place and stays open. And you notice that behind the door, there's nothing. It's just wall and a hole with a chain going through.
Can I search the wall door and see if there's any kind of secret passage?
You're not able to find any secret passage behind this door.
Okay. I'll do the same thing to the other door then.
So you go to the other door and you open it up. The chain gets taut, and when that happens, these two chains are taut, and this statue is 90 degrees. Behind the statue, on the east end, a secret door that you were not able to find earlier because it was so perfectly hidden opens. And it shifts down, and then you hear a click, ticking, like tick, 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 as it opens down.
All right, everybody through.
All right.
The minute, so you guys all run through, and then the ticking goes on for a good 20 seconds before the door closes behind you.
Well,
I
Well,
hope
at
there's
least-
a way out.
that was interesting.
Yeah. I don't know how I missed that.
You didn't roll high enough.
Yeah.
Dwarven craftsmanship.
Even with your advantage on secret, the thing is, I didn't want to say roll it with advantage because I felt like that was giving it away, so I just had you roll it a couple of times, and I just took the advantage.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I mean, even
Oh, that
if
was a
it
good
comes
idea.
down to that, and like as long as I'm declaring it, if you want to roll it for me, I trust you. So
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, I want to make it so it's like it's a mystery to you, because if I say roll a search for secret doors with advantage, then it's, you know it's there.
yeah, it's like, oh yeah, hey,
Yeah,
it's
so
there.
that's sort of
Yeah.
my secret way. So the minute you run into this hallway, in front of you is a large stone door without any locks on it. It's only got a handle. But as you approach this, you hear something on the door. You think it's coming from the door itself. It says something in a language that you may or may not, maybe one of you understands. Blagak, blagak, blagak.
What language is it?
I don't know.
Oh, it's Undercommon. I understand it.
Sweet. What was
It's
that?
it's warning about intruders. Oh crap! They know we're here.
Oh no.
It appears that the door itself made that noise. So you guys look
everybody
around,
Back
and
away from the door, please.
unfortunately, that secret door that you came through has slammed shut behind you. It was timed.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask. Is does it look like there's a way to reopen this secret door?
You look around and you look at the bottom of the door, and you think that if you really wanted to, maybe you can try to lift it, but there's barely enough like traction to grip. But if you really try to lift it and put a crowbar and all that, you think you could possibly try to do it. But you think
It's the only
it
way
wouldn't
we
be
got to
easy
go
because
anyway.
there's some sort of gear mechanism that's holding it shut. But you think that if you were to try, you nothing wrong with trying. I mean, what harm could it do? I mean, maybe that's the
Yeah, I
last
think this is
question.
the way. I think this is the way we need to go. But I think we're already called out.
I think whether they know we're coming or not, if there's anybody here, they're going to be coming after us. So we might as well go on.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought.
Yeah.
Quick-
Just kind of giving the door a quick look over. Does it look like the door is trapped in any way? I
You
mean,
can
after all,
can
this
do
thing is issuing warnings.
No, you can do an investigation on that door. The door is not locked. It is a push open stone door. Yeah, you see beneath the door, you see you can open it just a crack, and right after the crack there's a tripwire. So yeah, it's trapped.
Oh,
You're
okay.
pretty sure it's trapped. It's not.
I take a sharp, pointy thing and I try to cut that tripwire before we open this door and go in.
Okay, give me a second.
I don't know what I have, but I'm sure I have something that's sharp and pointy.
You can just cut it with your weapon, whatever you want to cut it with. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
Or I could borrow something from somebody.
So okay, so I gotta do. So how? So you have to open the door a little bit in order to get access to the tripwire. So as you open the door a little bit, I gotta do it. I gotta draw some distance.
Okay.
Oh man, should I put Greg? Should I put Greg in this? Greg is kind of technically because he's technically in a half tile.
Well, don't put him in it then.
Oh wait, is there a trap here? Or...
Yeah, it's a trap. You get advantage on saves against traps.
Oh yeah, but my intention was to disarm the trap by cutting the tripwire.
Cutting the tripwire activates the trap.
Oh, is okay. Well,
okay. So I need a Constitution saving throw from Drake, Gray. Greg, I'll leave you out of it. I'm assuming you're not going to be right up in the face of it. I'll leave you out of it. It's a Constitution saving throw, DC 12.
all right. Well, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Ain't so hot.
Yeah, ain't so hot. As the trap explodes, it actually racks the door as you feel these tremors, and then a magical spell, boom, explodes out of the trap. And it is half damage for Drake and full damage for Gray. The damage is thunder damage. So it's 4 damage for a Drake as this thunder wave, boom, washes over you. It is 9 points of damage for Gray and 4 points of damage for Drake.
I just kind of dust myself off.
The door pretty much swings open at this point.
All right, well, I might as well open it all the way.
No, the trap itself just boom slams the door open. So the door slams open, and you look in beyond, and there is a great hall before you. It's an enormous hall. It's aligned with 10 great pillars. As you look inside of it, you realize the ceiling is really tall. The ceiling is a good 30 feet tall. And carved into the pillars are forms of giants and dragons, and there's orange torches set on sconces on each of the pillars. On the opposite end, you see a stone throne. The walls, you look at the walls, and they were once covered with tiled mosaics, but they've been smashed and defiled intentionally. You recognize some of these symbols are like carved dwarven symbols, but you notice that they've been intentionally scratched out. You see that in the center of this room there is a smoldering fire, and there are 6 beds.
Are there people on these beds?
Not that you can see.
Not after the warning went out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean you're assuming that whoever set that warning knows you're here. You don't see anything as of yet.
I just say out loud in undercommon, since that's what the trap was speaking. That was not nice. I take personal offense.
Somebody actually replies when you speak out. You say, well, that was a warning for you to fuck off. It sounds like a female voice. You hear it from the other side of the cavern, but you don't see anybody.
All right. Well, with whom am I speaking?
He says, you're the one invading my domain. I believe you should be declaring yourself first.
Well, we are adventurers, and we have come here to clear the orcs out of the castle above and recover the treasures from the castle below.
Recover the treasures, you say? What specific treasures are you seeking?
Well, anything with this crest, and I don't know if we have an easy item for me to access.
Oh yeah, you do. You have plenty of Durgan stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, this is Lost Dwarven clan.
You mean Durgaden's clan?
Yeah, we're here to take his stuff.
And she's like, all right, let me think about this for a second. You want to come in here and you want to find Durgaden's lost treasures, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's generally what looting implies.
Well, it appears that we've looted this place first, and we have some of Durgaden's treasures. And honestly, I'm not really that interested in fighting, but I'm ready to fight if that's what you want, because it appears we're at an impasse.
I don't know, have we come to an impasse yet? That wasn't my impression. We were still talking as far as I'm concerned.
Well, you want Durgaden's treasures, and we want Durgaden's treasures.
Oh, I turn back to the rest of the group, and in common, I just kind of explain what's going on.
Yeah, and the issue is you still don't see anything. You don't know. You know that this voice is coming from the opposite end of the room. You don't see anything. You know that this place is inhabited.
I asked the rest of the group, is there, and this is quietly so as to not be heard, is there any way to light this place up a little bit better?
Oh, it's well lit. There's torches on the sconces and the pillars. It's like the room itself is brightly lit, but you just don't see anything.
I was thinking more along the lines of like daylight. Mainly because I happen to know that underdark creatures typically don't like bright daylight.
Well, that may be common knowledge. So, I think that is correct. I don't think you guys have any sort of daylight spell. The cavern itself is brightly lit with torch sconces.
Yeah. Well, I speak undercommon, so
yeah. What would you
know a little something about?
Yeah, they haven't.
Creatures of the under.
Whoever it is hasn't overtly attacked, but has told you to buzz off, pretty much, and also has identified that they are also robbing Durgaden's hoard.
I'll turn back and I'll basically shout out that perhaps we could arrange a trade then.
A trade, you say? Well, I'm always interested in arrangements, but I kind of want to hear what you have to offer us and what you're looking for. Specifically. You have to roll me a persuasion on this one. Kind of now.
This is actually probably more of a deception.
Well, either or, I'll take a deception.
Because I really don't have an intention of trading with them. I'm basically biding time here.
Then you may roll me a deception. Yeah, so she replies, well, tell me what you have to offer me and what you're looking for, and perhaps we can come to a agreement rather than spill blood all over these horrible, disgusting halls of Moradin.
All right, well, give me a moment to talk it over with my party here.
Are we supposed to be searching for
I got all night, brother.
I imagine you don't get much daylight down here.
Are we supposed to be looking for a lost forge?
Yeah.
Maybe she knows something about that.
Well, what item specifically are we looking for, though? I know we're looking for anything with the crest, but there's one specific item that I know we need to complete this whole quest.
Oh, yeah. What do you guys, do you guys remember what you originally came here for?
Dwarven pride is all I remember. I don't know if that's an item or just a symbol.
Well, we have excellent notes. Let's see. Whoever took this note is going to get some inspiration. So
that was probably Gray.
Gray, you get some inspiration. I believe you did take this note.
I think he's the only one of us that keeps really religious notes.
Yes, Gray, you took the notes verbatim, so you may have the inspiration. The quest that you were sent to seek originally, this is from the Historiophage, and what is written in the Historiophage is that you're here to seek the greatest sorrow of a dwarven smith. That it was the puzzle for you.
I ask her if she knows what that is.
She's speaking undercommon. Do you say this in common?
No, I said I
Oh.
don't ask her. I'm
Okay.
asking Drake to ask her because
Oh
I
yeah,
don't speak
I'll
undercommon.
ask her. Yeah, I'll ask her if that phrase means anything to her. The greatest what is it? The greatest sorrow of
Sorrow of a dwarven smith, right?
a dwarven smith. Yes.
Well, I'm not. She says I'm not that much into these riddles of old wizards who sit there and smoke their pipes all day. But I would assume that the greatest sorrow a dwarven smith would be a broken smithing hammer. Wouldn't you agree?
That would be very good. So, do you happen to have a broken dwarven smithing hammer?
The broken dwarven smithing hammer of Durgadin, with Durgadin's crest and the power of Clangedin himself, who releases sparks of phantasmal energy every time you strike with it? I don't know.
It kind of sounds like you do know. Can I give this an insight?
No.
Right?
She's just messing with you. She does know what it is.
Oh, okay.
She's just being facetious.
I was gonna say it shouldn't take that much to figure it out. As a player,
Yes.
I figured it out.
Why don't you ask her to show herself?
I'm not.
I kind of just go back to Gray. I think the point here is that she doesn't want to do that.
Well, we're needing to find that, so we need to go through here anyway. So we might.
She says to now she's like, okay, so it appears that you surfacers, you people are surfacers, and she says in she starts speaking common in like this kind of really thick accent, and she says, do you hear that? Do you hear that? To the south. And as you get quiet for a few seconds, you hear a clink, clink, the same hammer and anvil. It's like, well, that's what you're looking for right there, and it's ours, and we have it. And it looks like we got something that you want. Huh?
All right. I'm letting someone else kind of take the lead on what it is we're doing here. Are we going to try to negotiate, or are we just going into this?
It's like, if you want this talk down to be a throwdown, I can definitely appease you, but you may want to know what you're fighting before you jump in and start battle. And she starts laughing.
And what would that be?
You can roll a persuasion at disadvantage. See if she tells you.
Okay. Hang on a second. I had my party sheet up. So at disadvantage, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not that great at persuasion anyway, but
She says, it's a lot more fun if you just don't know, but I'll tell you my name. My name is Gareda. It's a lot more fun if you find out in the middle of battle, if that's where we're going.
Question for the GM.
Yeah.
With all this conversation going on back and forth, is it possible to suss out where she's hiding at?
She's on the opposite end of the room. That's where the voice is coming from. That's about as far as you can, unless you have echolocation or something. That's as far as you can.
Well, I was just trying to get a general sense of north versus south.
She is on the opposite end of the room from you, near that throne. If you were to kind of guess, you probably think she's sitting on the throne. But you can't be sure because you don't see anything.
Question: what do I know about? Has she said who or what she is yet?
She hasn't said what she is. Her name is Gareda. If you want to roll something to think about a name like Gareda, I will accept a history roll.
Yeah, I want to try and suss out what type of creature this is.
It would be some sort of intelligence based. I will take a history roll to kind of think about.
We got a +6 to history points.
You're not so sure. You're not so sure.
I'll ask her then. I'll ask her, like, what exactly are you?
We are adventurers and opportunists, just like you. It just happens that we have secured this fort first.
No, I mean species-wise, we are all human here. Or wait, Gray might be half elf.
Yeah.
Yes, I could.
Mostly human.
Yes, I've noticed. I could smell you from a mile away.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what you are.
How about this? Show me that you are not interested in fighting. Show me some sort of token of peace, and maybe we can talk a little bit more civilly. Let's say 100 gold.
Oh, 100 gold.
Throw it into center of the room.
And here I thought we were talking civilly already.
That's because she'd be
Well, we are shouting across the room with an ambush prepared. I don't think that's very civil, do you?
Well, I mean, we're not the ones ambushing you. You're the ones ambushing us, to be fair.
But you're invading the domain that we have rightfully plundered. First. But, give me a little bit of gold and maybe we can calm down the temperature a little bit and not have overt hostilities. I'm not really that interested in fighting today.
I'll say this low. Why don't you throw a few coppers out there just to make some noise of clinking and see if she shows herself.
Yeah.
Would you like to throw some gold?
I have a feeling she can already see what we're doing, so it's like the copper is not going to help. That's just going to be like insulting her to her face. I mean, we're either in this for the 100 gold or we're in this for the throwdown.
I want the decision to be all yours, but you guys don't know what you're going to get into with a fight. That's the kicker.
We could just give her the 100 gold, but the only problem.
Yeah, but you don't know. What if she's deceiving you? Oh, you don't know.
Or is she going to take our money and then kill us? Or
okay, I guess my point here is: does somebody who wants to act first?
Act in what way?
That's exactly my question. Who wants to act first, and in what way do they want to act?
So as far as you can tell, whoever's talking to you on the other end of this thing, they're not bothered by the fact that they're not doing anything because they're just keeping you from walking into their domain. So they're just kind of talking.
I'm actually gonna do something here. I'm gonna kind of keep my arms out to the side with my scimitars out to my side. Not raised, but I'm gonna keep my scimitars out to my side, and I'm just gonna walk 15 feet into this room and stop.
I was just about to ask, how much does 100 gold pieces weigh?
Not that much. You can toss. You can toss it. It's not that, if you wanted to. If you wanted to, go.
Bring it there with a mage hand.
Yes, you can. If you wanted to do what she asked you to do, you can easily toss it in the center of the room with a mage hand or whatever.
Or just hand it to her with a mage hand.
Well, you don't know where she is.
Or just bring it in the middle of the room with the mage hand and drop it.
Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to.
point, if you're really
I'm
full,
going ready a bow
you
shot.
could do that, and then Gray or somebody who's using bows could, well, she's going to pick up the gold shooter, but that's if you want to be really mean.
Out of curiosity, does she do anything when I come into the? Is that threatening enough to her, or does she see
No.
that I stop and then she's like,
Well, you can't tell how she's reacting, but she doesn't do anything because you
Okay.
don't. So you're walking in without like weapons drawn. You're kind of just putting your arms up and your weapons are
well,
sheathed.
no, they are drawn. They're just out to the side. Like they're not like readied. They are just like pulled and held out to the side.
Okay, yeah. If you're not sitting there like ready to fight, nothing happens.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to walk over to. I think you said these pillars were adorned with some sort of carvings.
There are ancient carvings on each of these pillars. There are giants and dragons. They're very fancy dwarven make. The walls also used to have carvings, but they were defaced. You notice they were purposely defaced, like the carvings were knocked off, X'd out. They used to be like carvings of dwarves and dwarven gods.
All right, I'm just going to actually kind of stand to the side of this one pillar here and kind of admire it for a moment. What is this pillar a carving of?
Let's say it's a carving of a big cloud giant.
Okay, I'll ask her, is the cloud giant carving yours, or is that from the previous owner?
What do you think? We plundered this place. This was Durgadin's domain. I think we both know that. Durgadin built this place, worshipping his foul dwarven god Moradin.
I'm going to walk around to the back of the pillar. And does the carving continue to the back side of the pillar?
Yeah, it's like an intricate carving that kind of goes in a circle, so it's really like it's a really pretty carving. Like it's a scene that continues around.
Okay, and now that I have a clear line of sight, can I see all the way down into the end of this throne room? And are there people hiding back here?
Not that you can see.
Okay. I'll come back out into the middle of the room. And I'll basically state to her, I have no intention of giving you my gold. I will admit that much. At the same time, I'd rather not fight. But if that's what you feel you must do, then we should probably just get to it. I'm basically trying to call her bluff on this. I think she doesn't have as many people as she says she has.
Is the party in agreement? We're gonna fight. I'm ready for fighting if you are. Does anybody say anything else? That's what I'm asking for.
I just wondered
Not
if
me.
you'd be. Go ahead, Lynn.
No, I just said not me. I'm not saying anything. I'm just
Okay, I was
waiting
just
for it to start.
I just wondering if you'd be interested in making a trade for the hammer with something that we have.
Well, if you ask that, she'll ask, "What is it that you have?"
Well, you're adventurers. We have a couple jewels, and we have some things in our party that you might be interested in. That adventurers enjoying collecting, you might say.
Now that hammer is worth a lot to us, but we don't really want the hammer. I mean, it's imbued with Moradin's foul energies. We need to use the hammer. Now, any of you know how to forge magical items? She says from across the hall.
We know people that do.
Well, if you're willing to fight the dragon downstairs and find the other missing piece of the hammer and make it whole so we can forge our magical items, that would be a decent trade, I think.
What type of magical item is it?
That's our business.
Well, if we're going to be fighting a dragon for it, you should be willing to let us know that at least.
Well, it depends on who has the advantage. You guys may not have the advantage right
You
now.
may not either.
Oh, I know what you're about. I already. So, you readying battle action?
Well, no, what I
Oh,
was
okay.
going to say is as this whole back and forth, because at this point I've stopped talking, but as this conversation is going on between them, I'm actually going to advance forward up to this other pillar here and just kind of admire it for a moment.
Yeah, you do the same thing. You try to sneak around it, but you don't see anybody.
Okay.
You do sneak around it.
And when they start doing that, Lena's going to move over here just to try to spread out the whatever area of effect spell gets cast.
So since we've been kind of talking to her for a while and moved around some, can I using perception tell at all exactly where she's talking from? Like is she around?
You may roll a perception. You're going to have to do it at disadvantage.
Oh, disadvantage. So if I use the inspiration, just roll it normally.
Sure.
Okay, I'll do that then.
You believe that she is near the throne. That's the voice that's been talking to you. The one who identified herself as Gareda.
Okay, I'll let Drake know that.
Oh, yeah, I kind of already had an idea of that.
But you don't see anything else.
Yeah, as long as she's tolerant of me not going any further up, I'm actually going to go over to the door over here and just kind of give it a listen.
You go up to that door, and when you go up there, Gareda once again says, I would watch out for that door. It is magically warded. Not by us, by Durgadin. You open that door, you're going to melt.
Yeah. But she's tolerant of it. She's not...
She doesn't seem to care that you're walking up there. I mean, I think so it seems like they know you're here, and you guys are just kind of walking around. They have not overtly attacked you yet.
Yeah, I'm giving the door a listen, though. I want to see if there's anything behind the door that I can hear.
You can do a perception on the door. It's silence.
Okay. And I'll walk over to the other door across the room and do the same thing.
As you're halfway across to the other door, she says, "Don't go that way." And the other door, you don't have to roll a perception. That's where that clanging is coming from. So if you continue, we'll roll some initiative. She just she kind of gives you a warning. Don't go that way.
Okay.
She's like, if you want to go and mess with the spirits of the undead to the north, go ahead. I don't care, but we have the forge secured.
In that case, I'm going to walk forward a little bit more. Is she still okay with me coming this close?
Doesn't care about you coming closer. I mean, you do realize that you going down to those doors to the south. She gives you a warning that they're going to be...
Yeah, basically, to give you an idea of what I'm doing here, I'm like a 2-year-old testing their parents to see, like, when do they get mad.
Oh, they get mad when you go south. She gives you an audible warning that, don't go that way. This is your last warning. When you go north, they don't care. They're like, if you want to go and we want to go and play with the undead spirits, go ahead. We'll just watch from here as you die.
Can I move even forward a little bit more yet? Like, can I move up to there?
As you move up to the fire area with a smoldering fire pit, she's like, that's far enough.
Okay, well, at least we know where each other's limits are now. Can I see anything for being this much closer? Can I make out better where she is?
You may roll me another perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
You do not see anything different, but directly to the pillar to the south, you think you heard something shift. You look there and you don't see anything.
Oh, I would probably have not looked or have been very
Yeah.
discreet about it so
Yeah,
as
no,
to
no,
not
yeah.
call it to attention.
But whenever you look down there and you looked there before, you did not actually see anything there, but you heard something shift.
Yeah, I'll just make a motion back to Gray, and basically just kind of give him an indication that, hey, I think something's up down here.
So how much time are you guys going to be kind of spending standing around here before their patience runs out? Like, yeah, I guess you guys are just going to kind of hang out here without continuing the conversation or anything for a while.
I don't know. Was Gray going to continue?
Yeah,
talking?
I just want.
Last time.
This is up to you guys. So you guys drive it, whatever you want to do. But if you don't do anything, maybe we're gonna have to roll initiative eventually.
Well, I think our choice is we either keep on pushing them, or else we agree and go to fight the dragon, and trust that they'll give us the hammer when they get back, or.
Yeah, you don't know if you can. Well, you're not really
Yeah,
sure.
I wouldn't trust anybody from the Underdark.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I kind of agree.
Well, if they were more powerful than the dragon, they would be fighting the dragon. So that's my thought.
That is a good point of insight. If they ask you to go and kill the dragon, then they're clearly not as strong as a dragon.
Can I still hear movement over here to the south, or has that kind of stopped?
You just momentarily heard some shifting.
Okay, I'm going to come over to this pillar then. Does that cause any kind of disturbance? Does she not like me getting any closer to this pillar?
No, nobody says anything as you go over to that pillar.
Okay, I'm going to actually go around and behind it then.
Same thing. It's an intricate pillar carved around. You don't encounter anybody. You see a bunch of like old, worn out debris in that corner, but you don't see anybody. So you think they're messing with you. You think maybe.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if there's something invisible going on here or not.
Now you hear that from where you're standing, that hammer and anvil, it gets real loud. Clink, clink. It's clearly some sort of forge stuff going on.
I'm actually going to ask her about this other door here to the south, up by the throne where she's at. Is that also somewhere you don't want us to go?
You get the idea, yes. You see, that goes to the forge. I have no problem telling you that. And we have taken over the forge. We have Durgadin's hammer.
Oh,
and
there's drawings going on here.
We don't really care to have the hammer itself, and I'm assuming that's what you're looking for. So that's, I think, a legitimate offer. We give you this hammer that we don't want cursed by Moradin, and you take care of our little dragon problem.
All right, what about this other door to the north up here by the throne? You have any attachments to that door?
You can go through it and find out.
Okay. I'm going to start making my way towards that door. Lynn, you can go ahead and talk while I'm doing this.
Lynn's just going to yell out. She goes, "Hey, Laertes, are you down here?" Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I like that. You hear somewhere from the north. You hear someone scream out to the words, "Howl!" It's Laertes. Howl! Howl! Howl!
I'm going to.
Are we? And then Gorenda speaks out again. If you really want to tease these undead spirits, you reap what you sow.
Lynn, this is all you. I'm not going to interject into what you're doing here because I like it.
I'm actually, I'm sitting here. I'm like, when are these guys gonna fight the? All you gotta do is say it, and we'll start initiative. Or if you have a different approach, I'm all game. I want you guys to make the choice on how you want to handle the situation.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see where Lynn goes with her thing.
She'll just yell out, "Is that you, Laertes?" I'm kind of not hearing what
you get a response, but it is not actually some sort. It doesn't seem to be recognizing any sort of communication. Laertes screams out from the northern door beyond where Drake is standing. Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have a life, and thou have none at all? You devil woman.
From the door that I'm at?
Yeah, from that direction.
Oh, okay, but not necessarily specifically from the door. And
Laertes screams it out so loudly that it just echoes through the halls, and you hear Gorelda chuckle from the south of you, as you guys are agitating the undead spirits, as she just said.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with this. I'm gonna actually move back towards Lynn. More specifically, the disc. And I'm going to actually gesture to someone who doesn't need their hands free. That perhaps Laertes' axe might be useful in this upcoming situation. And having made that suggestion, I'm actually going to go up to the northern door here and check to see if it's trapped. Oh, I will tell her, we'll leave you alone for now, but we might have to come back this way.
I'm warning you, those doors are trapped.
Okay.
Don't even... No, that's what she says. He's like, not only are they trapped, they are warded. You ever heard of a glyph of warding spell? Yeah. If you want to find out what it is, open that door.
I'm going to look the door over.
Can I roll insight on her words on the glyph of warding?
Sure.
See if she's being honest about that.
As far as you can tell from hearing her voice, you think that she's telling the truth? Drake, you get to that door, and the door is another dwarven door with a complex locking mechanism.
All right, if what's her face says that it's got a glyph of warding on it, I tell Drake to back off.
I'm gonna quickly give I guess I can back up 5 feet. And I'm going to give the door a look over. I'm going to give it an investigation.
Sure. Yeah. You can roll a perception or an investigation in this case if you're not touching the door.
Yeah, I'll do investigation.
So you realize that this door also has one of those intricate dwarven locks that you guys had encountered when you were coming into this foundry. It's the same exact looking keyhole. It probably would fit those keys you got. This lock now has a whole bunch of carvings, like in a circle around the lock itself, and these carvings are all carvings of the symbol of the dwarven god Moradin.
Okay.
You think that you're not sure if it's trapped, but you think that this looks very suspicious. Just the way that these symbols are surrounding the lock itself, you think that there's probably something fishy going on with this door. It's not something that you would just want to open.
Yeah, and she said something about a glyph of warding.
She said glyph of warding. She screamed it out at you. She told you she is telling you that this door is magically warded and locked and trapped.
Do you think you could use your mage hand to take the little magic key over there?
That if everybody gets away from the door and I just try to use my mage hand to open it.
Which key are you using? Are you using the key you found off of Kargat's, or are you using the key you found next to the roper?
Oh boy, is there any way to discern which key is the right key?
No, they're identical, like I said.
Well, Lynn has the key that we got off the Kargots.
Lynn, roll an insight check.
Insight. Okay.
Intuitively, to me, it doesn't make sense to key more than one door with the same lock, unless you're intending it to be the master key.
Yeah.
Lynn, I'm very sorry, but you've confused the two keys. You don't know which is which at this point.
Well, she had both of them.
You have both of them, so you're going to have to randomly choose one. And I will roll randomly to see if which key you're going to insert into this clearly dangerous-looking glyph warded and trapped.
Can you tell by the way
door.
the mechanisms in the keys work? Since you did say that they
Okay.
reacted differently.
Yes, they are a little bit different, but Lynn, you've gotten them confused, unfortunately.
Is there one that that the little mechanism turns clockwise like the statue did?
But you can't tell if one key turns clockwise or counterclockwise at this point
Okay.
because they're so similar, and you've been playing around with them. You forgot which was which, so you don't know which one was the roper key or in which one was the Kargat's key. So if you want to use one of these keys, I'm going to roll randomly to see which one to use.
Well, can
Which
the mage
may-
hand use them?
Sure.
If they
So-
weigh less than 10 pounds, sure.
Okay, so
Yes,
question.
the keys, of course, weigh less than 10 pounds.
Considering that I've actually used the keys before, can I give her advantage on this roll?
You may.
I mean, she already made the roll, but like this is kind of like trying to sort like after I realize she's like looking between the two and not able to figure out which one's which. Can I
I'll
help
give you
her with
this.
that?
I'll give you your own insight roll with disadvantage, because you
Okay.
haven't been. You did use the key, but you're not. It depends on how much you remember of the keys.
Oh, this probably wouldn't be an insight though. This would be what? Insight is more for like people.
No, we're looking at the kind of remembering the memory of you messing with the keys and which one is which, kind of thing. To me, it's a
That-
wisdom. It's a wisdom based,
Okay.
because when you investigate the keys, they are identical.
Would that be like a perception then?
I go with insight. It's just, you're
Alright.
just trying to figure
I'll
out
do
which is
insight.
which, but it's disadvantage.
Wisdom-based history check.
No, you're just gonna have to wing it on this one. If you want to use one of the keys.
Can Lynn give him guidance?
I thought he
Yeah,
already
He's
rolled. I thought-
not gonna, even with guidance, he's not gonna roll high enough.
Oh, okay.
I set the DC at 15 for this one. So, would you guys like to try one of these keys? I will randomly select one of the
I was
keys.
gonna say, if it's not too weird and we don't have the time, part of me is wondering if I should just cast Identify on the door to see if she's not bluffing.
Or detect
Although
magic?
my insight says that she's not bluffing, but
Yeah, don't you have the thing where you can cast a ritual spell once a day as a regular action?
yeah,
My question is, like, using the spell Identify, are you able to find something that is trapped with, say, a glyph of warding?
No, he would.
Oh,
need,
yeah,
he would-
yes.
he would
If
probably
it
need
has
to
a
detect
spell
No,
on
magic.
it,
detect magic will
Identify-
just tell you what kind of magic, but it won't tell you if this is a glyph of warding.
Detect magic will tell you like what kind of
Yeah,
like, it'll tell you
but
whether or
it's
not
kind
there's
of vague
magic.
on what it is.
Yeah, it'll tell you whether or not there's magic, and if there is magic, it'll tell you what school of magic. Identify will tell you exactly what spell.
Yeah, the question is, are you
Identify
able?
only works on an object, and so it would have to be a property of the object. So, like,
If there's
the
a
glyph
spell
of
cast
warding
on
would have to
something,
be the door.
You know what? I'll allow it with the roll. How about that? I need an Arcana roll. You can cast Identify with an Arcana roll.
yeah,
we'll
you choose
set the.
one object.
I
that you
will
want
set the
to
DC. I will set the DC at 10 and with an Arcana roll to see if you can identify.
Choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic
Oh
item,
shoot! You gotta touch it.
object,
Are you willing to touch
you
it?
learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use or how many charges if it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If
Well,
the item is
Yeah,
the thing is, do you have to touch it? It says you have to touch it. Do you want to touch this door?
Yeah, that's the key. Do you want to touch the door with a possible explosive device on it?
That's the only thing. If the glyph of warding is activated with touch, by touching it, then maybe not.
I think detect magic is the safer bet here. It would at least let us know whether or not she's bluffing.
Or the better thing to do would be like have the mage hand try to touch and open the
But while
door.
you guys are discussing how to open this up, you hear Gorilla like chuckling, and you guys is indecision.
Just
It's like, you know, I like you guys. I like this group.
Yeah, you're just lucky that we haven't gone into combat yet.
because the thing is, Identify would be able to tell me whether or not there's a glyph of war.
Well, you have to just decide whether you want to touch it or not.
Yeah, you got to decide if you want to put your hands on this door.
Touching the door going to trigger the glyph of warding?
It very
Well,
well may.
that's what you got to decide.
It very well may. You know, as you know, glyph of wardings go off when you touch something.
Yeah, they're not great either.
Well, in that case, I'm going to just take what she said at face value, and I'm going to use Mage Hand.
Okay, so you obtain one of the keys, and I'm going to roll. On an even, it's going to be the Roper's key. On an odd, it's going to be Kargatz's key. So your mage hand picks up one of the keys and kind of gingerly kind of goes over to the doors while you guys are bracing yourself.
Yeah, I'm getting outside of 30.
And I'm going to have everybody else try to be away from the door, and if it does set off the glyph, it's out of its path.
So it is odd. It is actually Kargatz's key that you insert into the door. Nothing happens. What do you do now?
Okay, so
Burn it.
inserts it into the door.
Yes. Which way do you, when you turn it, you got to tell me which direction, counterclockwise or clockwise?
Counterclockwise.
How far do you turn it? 90 degrees, 180 degrees?
As I recall, the other one on the other door actually went 360, didn't it?
Well, I do have the key in mind. Would I remember that?
I mean, I opened it, and I recall that it was like one of those things like you had to turn it to full 360 degrees.
Yes, the other door turned 360 degrees and clicked open.
I'll just turn it 90 degrees and let's see what happens.
You turn it 90 degrees, it clicks into place, and you see that some of the runes kind of shift. Like the top rune turns 180 degrees. And then Grelda screams out from her vantage point, "Oh my goodness, the suspense is killing me."
I look at.
What is your next move with this key?
I look in the direction where her voice is coming from, and I smile, and I turn the key another 90 degrees.
In the same direction?
Yes.
Oh, at this point, the door, there's a big white energy fire flies out of the door. Luckily, you're not in the way. A big burst of fire flies out of the door, and that key gets ejected onto the ground. And you hear Gorelda just like laughing.
I start laughing with her.
I think you guys are using the wrong key.
I'm just like, well, at least we know that one didn't work.
Or at least it didn't work in the counterclockwise position.
Turning it 180 degrees counterclockwise didn't work.
No, you
Did
turned
that
it
do-
90 degrees and there was some sort of click.
Yeah.
But when you turned it another 90 degrees, that's when the thing exploded.
All right. All right.
Oh,
So
man.
once the flames settle and all the smoke and dust settles, I take a look at what it looks like at that point.
The door has reset to its original position, and the key has been expelled and is on the ground.
All
Is
right.
it
How's
in
the
working order,
key
though?
looking?
Yeah, it looks the same.
All right. So I have my mage hand pick it up, and I get back behind the pillar, and I insert it into the lock, and I try turning it counterclockwise 90 degrees.
It clicks once again. It clicks into place.
And you said the runes light up and whatnot?
Not when you turn it 90 degrees.
Wait, you clicked it. You did it counterclockwise again?
Yeah, the same
Yeah.
as before, 90 degrees, and it clicked. That was the first move.
Yeah, so you probably want to go counterclockwise now.
And then I'll turn it 90 degrees back.
Okay, so as you turn it 90
direction
degrees
it is.
back, it easily turns. Are you going to keep going?
Yeah, you might as well.
You go another 90 degrees clockwise, and it clicks a second time, and you see these runes are now shifting back and forth. One of the runes actually opens up, and you can actually look through the door at this point.
Go the other way. Go the other way.
All right.
Giving him some coaching.
So now it's clicked into place. It's turned 90 degrees clockwise. You started in neutral position, turned it counterclockwise 90 degrees, and then you turned it 180 degrees clockwise. So what's your next move?
I turn it 90 degrees counterclockwise back to where it was when I inserted it. And
Okay.
then if it doesn't explode, I pull the key out.
You pull the key out, nothing happens. Oh, I'm sorry. You tried to pull the key out, you can't.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you need to go back 90
Yeah, there's some
degrees
mechanism
more
that's locking it into
counterclockwise.
place at this point.
All right, so I put it back to where it was right before, and then I turn it another 90 degrees clockwise.
You turn it 2 times 90 degrees clockwise. So what position are you now?
180 degrees from when I put it in.
Clockwise?
Yes.
Oh, unfortunately explodes again. And then Goretta just lets out a side-splitting laugh as it clicks back into place.
Yeah, I am going to coach Greg a little bit more directly at this point. The clicks are bad.
Okay. All right, so I have the mage hand pick it up, the key,
Mm-hmm.
and then hearing what Drake said about the clicks being bad, I put the key in the keyhole, and then this time I just tried turning it 90 degrees clockwise.
Immediately, it explodes again.
All right, then. Well, okay, then.
I gotta admit, this is rather humorous. at
Yeah,
this
yeah. Goretta just keeps laughing and laughing. She's like, I love you guys. I love you guys.
So I insert the key into the keyhole, and then I turn it 90 degrees counterclockwise,
It clicks.
and then it clicks. And from there, do it 180 clockwise.
It clicks a second time. And then
Okay.
the second time it clicks, a little hole opens up inside the door. You can actually see past the door.
Okay.
You want to go 180 degrees counterclockwise now.
Yeah, I tried doing that.
You go counterclockwise 180 degrees, nothing happens. No click, but it's turning smoothly.
Okay, keep going counterclockwise then for an
All
order.
right, so I do another 90 degrees counterclockwise.
It keeps going, smooth as butter.
Yeah, keep going with it.
All
As
right.
long as it's not clicking, keep going.
I do another 90 degrees.
You do a full 360 degrees, and bam, that finally opens this door. As all the mechanisms behind the door begin shifting, the magic on the door begins fading, and the door splits open, and you can see internally inside the door there are all these intricate gears going back and forth. It expels the key right before it does that. And as you do this, what happens is on the throne, a creature appears.
Oh boy.
So you look at it, and it is appears to be a female dwarf with ash gray skin, and she's looking at all of you, and she's just laughing her brains out. Oh my goodness! She starts slapping her knee like she's having a grand old time, and she's pointing at you and laughing. And you realize it's Grelda, and she's shown herself because you've made her laugh so much. Are you ready to attack, or what do you want to do?
I could go any way here. I personally am not gonna fire the first shot, but it looks like Gray might.
So, you guys, you see that Grelda is a dwarf. She's the same size and build as a dwarf. However, she has bleach white hair and ash gray skin. Does anybody knows what she is? Well, you may know in-game, too.
At a game, I know what she is.
She's a Durgar.
Yeah, so what do you guys know about Durgars?
That they can go invisible. I do know that.
As a player or a character?
As a character. I mean, what would you guys know, or are you guys interested in what you know about?
Well, Drake knows under common.
Yeah,
so
Drake,
I would probably know enough to know that they are like dwarves, but not dwarves. And they're probably like an anti-dwarf.
Well, that's true. That's true.
That they're probably a little crazy in the head.
You guys can give me a history. Whoever has the highest history.
I was gonna say I want to just roll a history check.
Yeah, whoever has the highest history. Oh my, that's a great history. You guys know the whole textbook on Durgar.
Oh, cool.
Durgar and dwarves are descended originally from the same people. However, sort of like the drow that went underground, Durgars are dwarves that have forsaken the dwarven gods, like Moradin, and branched off and decided to become their own people. And they have their own Durgar gods, and they live in the Underdark. They're pretty ferocious for being able to survive in the Underdark. They have their own kind of dwarven pantheon as well. And they are generally known as opportunists. For like they would attack and raid. They don't generally come to the surface at all, but they kind of stay underground. They attack and raid old, ancient, broken down dwarven strongholds for loot and gear. They also like to build and smith just like dwarves, but they do so not out of love, but out of spite and greed. So they're generally an evil people, but they're about as evil as drow are. They're known as evil, but individually they can vary.
Yeah, so basically what drow are to elves.
Yeah, yes, they're like the drow. They're not quite as bad as drow. I mean, drow are real bad. Not quite as bad as drow, but they're generally chaotic and opportunists. They're not seditious like drow. Like they're not like sadists. They don't like take pleasure in they don't take pleasure in people suffering and enslaved creatures and stuff. But they're equally vicious. And then so Grelda comes into view, and she looks at all of you, and she doesn't look like she's like intimidated or scared. She looks kind of relaxed. She takes one of her legs and puts it on the chair of the throne, sitting with her legs splayed, and then she puts her arms out. She's like, well, here I am.
I'm gonna grab Laertes' axe from the floating disc, and I will put my scimitars away to do this. I will grab it and I will carry it over to what I guess is now the open door.
Yes, the door is now open, and you look beyond the door. I guess you're ignoring Grilda entirely. So you look beyond the open door, and the minute you walk in there, you see.
Well, I wasn't going to walk in. I was
okay.
just going to look through.
You see, as the door has opened, you see that there is the top beam of the doorway is now exposed, and on the top beam is written an inscription in Dwarven.
I don't read Dwarven.
I'm sure somebody does. Here, let me do this.
What do I have?
You see this inscription on the top beam.
It says, beyond the door, the maker of death is chained. May he gnaw on his own hate until the sun dies and all things end. Pleasant.
So Grotha, still kind of in her chuckle, says, I told you. There's nothing there but a whole bunch of undead spirits. I mean, if that's what you're into, personally, I'm not into undead.
I'm going to hold Laertes' axe out in front of me with both hands, like kind of balanced between my two hands. I'm going to call out to Laertes. Laertes, we have your axe. Do you wish to come join us in battle?
You do hear the voice of Laertes, but doesn't appear to be directly answering your question. He screams out, "Oh, reason not the need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Man's life is cheap as a beast's." So he does answer. He answers. He answers you, but it's nonsensical.
Doesn't the inscription imply that he or Laertes or whatever he used to be is full of hate and possibly
That's
evil?
what the inscription says.
I don't know. He seemed like an okay guy to me.
The inscription does talk about the maker of death. May he gnaw on his own hate. Doesn't specify that that's Laertes. I mean, certainly could be.
Yeah, who is the maker of death? And I'm going to put Laertes' axe away at this point.
So it's all in Dwarven, which means that the dwarves are the ones that put him there, I guess.
Does the maker of death, is that a phrase or a person that's known in Dwarven histories or stories that we know?
Not specifically.
Now, what does this Dorgar know about this death person?
Grelda, kind of still smirking at you, says, I don't know what these dwarves have buried inside those chambers to the north. I wouldn't mess with it if I were you, but it's your choice. It's a free dungeon, except for the places that we have occupied, so do what you want. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy myself. And she starts gnawing on this the leg of some sort of cooked creature that you don't identify. Maybe it's a chicken.
I will shout out to her. I have an inclination that you are, in fact, alone here in this throne room.
Okay. Is that a challenge? She asks. And as she says this, she takes out. What is she equipped with? She takes out a sword from her side. She says, "Is that a challenge?" And she's still not like readying for attack. She's still sitting on the throne with her legs splayed, but she kind of tosses the sword up and down, catching it.
I will extend my arms out because at this point my hands are empty, and I will say, no, it is merely a statement of fact.
Well, I assure you, I'm not alone here. It is we. You see these bedspreads? It is we. It is we that your Gar that have conquered Durgadin's forge. The rest of his decrepit, Morgan infested temple, you can have. We don't care about it.
I'll come over to Greg and whisper very quietly, keep an eye out on the southern doors.
On this,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
continuously from the southern doors, you hear this clanging of an anvil.
I will look across over to Gray, and at this point, you can tell there's not much holding me back at this point.
well, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire in the over towards the Dugar. I don't know how to use. Well, it's a 20-foot square. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you probably want to get her in it as well.
Yeah, but it should be bigger than that.
So if you guys initiate combat, I will allow whoever's initiate combat to take that one action, and then
Yeah, that's going to
combat
be
starts.
Gray.
So if you want to cast Fairy Fire on her, you that will initiate combat.
Yeah, that's a 20-foot square.
Yeah,
you
it is. Okay.
No, you
Yep.
can. Yeah, you can put it wherever you want to put it.
Okay.
And
Right
can
there.
you apply the Fairy Fire condition to her?
Well, it's a save, is it?
Yeah, I can apply the. I think I do. This.
Yeah, she's got to do a save to avoid it.
Well, I put the cast. Okay, here we go.
So Fairy
Nothing's
Fire
happening.
gives you advantage on attacks if they fail their save. Now,
Plus we can see her, or at least we can see.
so
the
but she's
outline
got
of
to
the-
do a dex save first to see if she gets hit by it or not.
Yeah.
She's sitting on her ass. I hope she fails.
No, she's ready to fight. She
I thought
she's
she was sitting on the throne still.
She's sitting on the throne, but she's pretending like she's not ready, but she's actually ready.
Okay, I put the saving throw on top of her, but it did nothing happened.
Can you do it again? Hold on, let me see if there's something that's messing up this thing. I can just roll the. What is your DC?
She has to save DC 10 dexterity.
Let me see if she has any sort of ability, any sort of plus or anything like that. Okay, so I'm gonna roll a dexterity saving throw. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
does she fail?
Okay, so I can put the effect on her then.
But she failed. But she failed your saving throw, correct?
Yeah.
I think that the Fairy Fire was excellent choice. Excellent choice.
Okay.
Because now that she failed, she can no longer turn invisible. I will let me find a Fairy Fire.
Well, we can see her. Even if she goes invisible, she'll have a blue light around her for 10 feet, and plus we get advantage on all attacks.
Yeah,
against
she
her.
can still go invisible. She just loses all the benefits of being invisible.
No. From my perspective, she's no longer ready because you're gonna see a blue spirit kind of invisible.
But she's technically no longer invisible.
Okay, that will initiate combat. Okay, so that action initiates combat, but when combat begins, you guys have to endure a surprise round. Are you ready?
Really? Are we really surprised
Oh,
at
yes.
this point?
Oh, yes. Because a creature that you cannot see that jumps out and attacks you is going to surprise you. You don't even know it's there. Although you did get a little bit of an inkling of the creatures. But from directly behind you,
we roll initiative or?
You can roll initiative.
All right.
From directly behind you, you do have to endure this surprise round as they pop out of invisibility. This one over here. Grenelda herself does not surprise you because you guys have had eyes on her the whole time. But this one, another Durgar pops out right behind the pillars. He breaks his invisibility to attack, and he attacks with a javelin. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't target anybody. I targeted myself.
Did it hit you?
He attacks himself with a javelin. No, he doesn't. Here we go. Drake, are you shielding or anything?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pop shield.
Okay. Gray, this one's coming at you.
All right.
Before you even know it, a creature materializes directly in front of you, right after your fairy fire spell catches Grelda, and the creature just boom pops out right in front of you and attacks, takes out a huge war pick and swings it at you. Ooh, that's gonna ding you a bit. Your fairy fire is still good.
Oh, okay.
And finally, a third creature. There we go, number 2. Third creature pops out of invisibility. Launches a javelin. He's closer to Drake.
Yeah, my AC is 20 right
Yeah, you should be good. You shielded.
Oh,
He kind of pokes the javelin through your shield. He finds that one spot where the shield doesn't cover your body. It jams you for a little bit of damage. Okay, surprise round is over. We are back on the top of initiative. Grelda has fairy fire on her, and she's like, damn you! Damn! She's kind of trying to smack it off herself, but she's unable to. So Grelda, unable to get the fairy fire off of her, she taps deep into her Durgar essence, and she starts kind of mumbling some sort of word to herself. Minda kalasataka ameskara. And she, I believe this is a bonus action. I have to check because it doesn't make a big difference. She's going to cast, hold on. Why doesn't it tell me if it's a bonus? Because it makes a big difference if it's a bonus action or action.
what spell is it?
It's not a spell, it's an innate ability. Let me see. See, that's the problem. It does not. Let me read this. I have to hold on. I'm sorry, because it makes a difference if she gets to attack you or not. Sorry about this. If the negotiations break down, they're gonna attack. Okay, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna give you guys the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna call this an actual action. She whispers her innate Durgar power to herself, and as she starts whispering all of these things, you realize that her whole body is starting to warp and change, and she begins to grow. She becomes large. Not large.
Giant
I will count that as an action just to give you guys the benefit of the doubt. And boom, boom, boom. You see, she's kind of she kind of charges you while she's grown, while she's enlarged. Gray, you're up. You got a Durgar right in your face.
Okay, well, I will attack him with my rapier plus. Where am I at?
Very good.
7 rapier plus 1.
You got him.
All right. So.
Oh,
And plus some. What?
you're dinky on the damage, but you got him.
Oh, okay. Well, I got. I still have my arm damage to.
No, the fact that you fairy fired Grelda, I think, has really made a big difference in this battle.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was actually a excellent choice. But also, Gregory, remember you had see invisibility, but you never casted it because you even talked about it
Yeah,
like an hour ago.
I prepared it, but I
No,
didn't
you
have
would have seen all these little bastards.
I cast it yet. Otherwise, yeah, that would have been a huge help.
Well,
So-
cat's out of the bag. You guys will just have to finish this up.
Okay, I passed my turn.
Okay, Drake, you are up.
Can you move Grelda to a 4 square? Because right now she's covering 6. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you the benefit. I'll move her back.
That's fine. I'm gonna bonus action cast Hex on her.
Okay.
And then do I want to apply a status? I mean, I get to choose one, so give me a second here.
You do get to do, but the hex is some whatever ability check you want.
Yeah, we'll go ahead
Now,
and
well, that
do.
don't count as a save check, though, does it?
Not a
That
save.
wouldn't
It's
help.
it
No,
has to be a.
it just gives her disadvantage.
But
on
let's say you're trying to do
ability.
some grappling or something like that. That would apply.
Yeah.
Not that you'd want to grapple Grelda. I mean, she is kind of a. I don't know what you're into, man. You can grapple her.
Yeah, I don't know. With a chosen ability, this is the thing. I don't even know what ability to choose. Or ability checks. Okay. Yeah, so I get to choose one ability school, or basically one ability class.
Yeah.
So we'll do, I guess we'll do strength.
Okay.
So any strength checks she has disadvantage.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and throw that on her.
Actually, don't throw it on her because when creatures are enlarged, they get automatic advantage on their strength check, so it equals out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if that was needed to cancel out some effect that you
Well, that was
applied.
probably a good choice then.
All right. And then I'm going to launch an Eldritch Blast her way, which I get to do with advantage, right?
She is lit up. Not hard to hit. She screams.
She's gonna take that 10 points damage, and she's gonna like it. And I'm gonna actually make my way over here to help Gray out. You guys are on quarter square, so that's as close as I can get to a whole square.
I'll put him here. I'll put Gray here. How about that?
All
Yeah.
right, so yeah, I'll move to be flanking behind him. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay, thank you. And now we are up to Lynn. Lynn, what do you got? Battle has erupted.
I'm going to move 20 feet to get her in range of my guiding bolt spell. And that is also cast at advantage, right?
Yep.
since she's fairy fired. So.
Good thing.
Good thing, yeah. So that will be the damage.
Ooh, devastating blow on Grelda.
Oh yeah.
You can't give any more advantage than there's already advantage on her. So with the guiding bolt.
Yeah, the only thing it does do is if for some reason Gray's concentration were to break before the next attack on her.
Yeah, so I
Nice.
move back again and that's my turn.
Nice job.
Okay, we got this Durgar number 3 over here. You just cast a guiding bolt at his boss. He doesn't like that very much. He's gonna come up to you, engage you melee, and then he is going to grow. Make my monster grow. I will count growing as an action. Therefore, you got. He does not take any more actions this turn. Durgar number 1. He's going to grow as well.
Feeling frisky, huh?
Okay, and Durgar number 2. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to move over here, and he's going to try to swipe you with a war pick. Oh, he does ding
Yeah,
you.
go ahead and place your damage.
You gonna rebuke him?
No, I'm out of spells.
Okay, your hex is still good. You maintain concentration. Gregory, you are now up. These Durgar are pouring in, and they're growing big.
I'm gonna move over to here, and then I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray. Start with this guy. Scorching Ray.
It's good.
Hit.
Oof. Good hit.
And
Set him ablaze.
then the next ray, I'm gonna attack this guy with.
That one, unfortunately, misses.
And then the last one on this guy.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, and then I'll go here, and then I'll end my turn.
Grelda screams out, "I have been fairy fired! Hurry!" And she points to you, Gray. "That disgusting elf! Break his concentration!" And she runs up here. She unsheathes a crossbow. Now she has a sneak attack, and she's going to attack. She's going to attack you, Gray. With a
sneak attack.
Oh yeah. She is. You realize that she has rogue skills. You ready, Gray?
No.
She's gonna
Does
try
that
to
make a difference?
Hey, you're the one who's holding fairy fire on her. She doesn't like that. She wants to go invisible. Ooh, but she misses.
All right.
She misses, but she also has a cunning action. She is going to dash right over here. Get right in the middle of the thick. Actually, no, she's going to actually engage Gray. So you can take an opportunity attack, Drake, if you want.
Oh,
yeah. She's going to move
absolutely.
past you and engage Drake on purpose.
No, that's perfect because I have her hexed. So, yeah, I'll scimitar her butt.
Oh, unfortunately, she's a little bit bigger than I want her. That's her size. So now, so Gray, she moved up right next to you.
Oh.
Oh, I missed terribly. Even with advantage.
Gray, you're in a bit of a bind. Grelda has identified that you cast Fairy Fire. She knows the spell Fairy Fire, and she's coming after you to break your concentration.
Okay.
Because she wants, she screams out, "My invisibility won't work with this!" Ah! She's trying to like smack the flames off of herself.
It ain't working, is it? Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'll take 2 opportunities if I try to leave, so I'm going to go ahead and swing my rapier at her.
You're still at advantage?
Will it give me, will it do it automatically, or do I have to hit it?
You just hit advantage. Oh, actually, it'll automatically do it. It says grant advantage attack, so it should automatically do it.
All right. Yep, it did.
Oh, you got her.
Okay, well, I'm going to stab as hard as I can.
That's pretty hard.
That's a fantastic hit. Still not enough to kill her.
Well, I'm going to see if my swarm can just ram it down her throat. Ah.
She's already busy slapping off the fairy fire. She slaps away your insects.
Okay.
You gonna end your turn there?
That's pretty much all I can do.
All right, Drake, you are up.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what I want to do here. I am a little bit wounded.
But things have gotten a little bit ugly down right next to you.
Yeah, I smell blood. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bonus action, and this does not require concentration, believe it or not. On top of my hex that I have on top of her, I'm going to throw a Hexblade's Curse on top of her.
Yeah, I know. That's something else. That's different. Okay.
Yeah, I need to target her.
Now, do you have to maintain vision for either of them? Because if in case she goes invisible or something, does that drop?
We can still see her as long as she's still got the.
Yeah, but
I'm
well, she's got to try to beat the fairy fire out of you.
Oh.
I'm just curious if either of the hexes you have to maintain vision or you can just keep it.
I don't think so, but I'm reading.
That's okay. You can just go ahead.
Yeah, it's only if they die. So yeah, I'm gonna bonus action Hexblade's Cursor. Did I get that on her already?
She doesn't have anything on her except grant advantage attack. There we go. Now she has a Hexblade. Yeah, she's got the Hexblade on her.
Okay. And then yeah, I'm gonna provoke the attack of opportunity.
From which one? Just one of these guys?
Just the little guy.
Okay, little guy, because they do different damages when they're different sizes. That's why it matters.
Yeah.
Little guy swings his war pick at you for a miss, and you may continue.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna smack Grelda with my scimitar. Because why not? I have advantage. Oh, and that's a crit too because of the 19.
Wait, you have improved crit?
When my Hexblade's Curse, part of its effect is that if I roll a 19 or a 20, I get a crit on the creature.
All right, let's see if you can take her down.
Take her down.
I have a feeling she's going down.
Whoa, that's a lot.
17.
She's going down, and I'm gonna regain some health. And that's my turn, man.
That was pretty nice.
Okay, there you go. You saved Gray from a smackdown.
It's in Undercommon. I say quietly to myself, but loud enough that the other Duragar can hear. Pity. I thought she was going to put up more of a fight than that. And that's it. That's my turn.
Okay, Lynn, you're up. Still got to clean up her henchmen.
Righty. I'm going to. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Nice.
Take my spell off, so I'll have it appear right here,
Excellent.
and I'll have it go ahead and take its attack against, since I can't target him, but with the weapon. Oh, I had Garda's still there, but that missed anyway for the spiritual weapon.
Yeah,
And then
7's not going to hit.
Yep, she will take her regular action to try to smack this guy with her mace. And
Oh,
missed him.
Man.
I'm telling you, one day we're just going to play a game and everything she's going to roll is going to be a crit. Because of there's some sort of luck balance here. Big guy over here is going to return the favor and try to attack you. Now, the issue is when they're big, their attack bonus is a little bit different.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's going to be... It is double their actual bonus, so it is going to be, instead of a +4 to attack, it's going to be a +6 to attack. When they're big.
Roll bad.
Oh my goodness.
Well, not bad enough.
He swings his war pick, bang, clanging into your side. Also, when they're big, their damage is a little bit different.
Unfortunately, that makes sense too.
Whack! He whacks you for 6 hit points. These Durgar are very angry that you killed their boss. This guy over here... Well,
no longer needs to worry about fairy fire.
No, he doesn't, but you're the one who killed his boss. So he's gonna come after you. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
He does an extra dice of damage when he's huge. Or when he's large.
I'm hoping he goes down quick.
You do maintain your concentration on the dead gorilla, which is...
yeah, it's actually the hex, because I can move it with a bonus
exactly,
action.
exactly. So, this final Durgar here is going to use his action to grow. Here, let me, yeah. Grows. Now you got 3 freaking large, angry gray dwarves coming at you, but you did take down their boss with sneak attack, who has sneak attack.
All right.
Yeah, that was big.
That would have been real bad. Well, you disabled her invisibility, so she can't do her devastating pop out of nowhere sneak attack.
It's too bad. So,
Why, you wanted her to do that? All right.
Gregory, how dare you?
I'm trying to see, like, if... See how big the shatter is, just to see how big it is.
Shatter will be tough because your allies will be getting in the way.
Yeah.
Unless you can maybe
He can
put
do
it all
it,
the way
but
to
he
the...
can only do it to 2. He can do it to the back 2 next.
Yeah, I
to
could do probably them back 2.
Well, he could do it to all of you if he's willing to attack Drake and Gray also.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's not going to do that, though.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that one thing that always works. I'm going to cast Magic Missile.
That's a no-fail. Unless they cast Shield, of course.
That's guaranteed.
Gotta watch out. Some of these, if you're fighting some spellcasters and they got Shield, that'll waste your action.
Go after the heavy one.
that guy, and then I'm gonna. Do.
Okay. You're playing the bob and weave game. Like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee kind of thing. We are all the way on the back top of initiative with Gray.
That's one. Okay, Dugar number 1 standing right in front of me. I'll just go ahead and swing my rapier at him. Try to poke him right in the eye. And it's a hit.
You got him.
And
Nope,
I shall
they're not too hard to hit, but they pack a wallop themselves.
okay, here comes my swarm.
Hey.
Oof. This Durgar is hanging on by a thread.
I should have cast Hunter's Mark. But I forgot since I'm not concentrating on Fairy Fire now. But I can still do that as a bonus action, though.
Yes, you can.
Right. Okay, so I'll cast Hunter's Mark, and since I'm able to move it, I'll just cast it on this guy in case he don't get killed. The time I come around, I think it's this and this. Okay.
All right.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, Drake.
All right.
The one to the south looks really badly damaged.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to help Gray out here, and so I'm gonna move my hex over to him. What number is he? He's number 1, huh?
Yeah, Durgar number 1. He's Hunter's marked and now hexed as well.
Yep. And then I'm gonna take my swipe at him. No advantage though.
No, unfortunately, you can't move Fairy Fire like you do Hunter's Mark. But you got him. He's not.
I got him.
Yeah. You got him. You killed him. He's gone. He goes down. And then once they go down, of course, they shrink back to their previous size.
And I don't want to provoke an opportunity attack. So I'll just stand here and I guess face eat this guy for another round. That's it. That's my turn.
Okay. Lynn, you're up.
All right, I'll try the spiritual weapon, have him plaque the Duger. Missed. And he's already targeting him, so I think she'll cast a sacred flame on him and see if
All
that
right.
will work.
We'll see.
So,
How wise do you think they
He
are?
fails your sacred flame, finally. Something failed your sacred flame.
Oh, it's a dexterity. I thought it was wisdom.
You burn him. Yeah, the
All right.
enlarge does not help the dexterity, so. Well, you got him with the sacred flame. Well, you know what? That hit with the guiding bolt, that was fantastic. The original hit on Garelda.
yep, was a good time not to roll shitty.
Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that was it.
All right, he is going to come back at you. Attacking you with his war pick. It's going to be a +6 to attack because he's huge. He's really big. Oh my goodness. He lands a hit with his war pick. Ouch.
It was bound to happen.
He yells out a war howl. The next Durgar is going to try the same thing with you, Drake.
Yeah. Go figure.
Oh, that's going to be a hit. Do you have anything to react?
No. I'm out of spells at the moment.
Oh, no.
Not bad.
All right, Gregory.
Come on,
Both,
Gregory.
both sides getting beat up pretty bad. Durgar's have it much worse, of course.
Alright, so I'm gonna try that thing that always works. That one.
They have no recourse against magic missile.
Or 3.
And then I go back into here. And then I end my turn.
All right. Round 4. What's up?
Fight.
Dugar 2 and Dugar 3.
Well, with these battles where you guys have a choice to fight or not, they're going to be a little bit more tough.
Yeah,
Generally.
it's actually kind of funny that me and Lynn are like in the exact same position. We both have 31 hit points, and we're both wounded for 21.
But
Well-
a good hit from one of these guys might take one of you down, so you got to watch out.
Well, I'm moving my hunter's mark to Dugar number 3.
Okay.
Since Lynn is our healer, I think I need to kind of focus on her a little bit first. And I will take a longbow shot at him.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a
No
hit.
problem. You landed right into his neck.
All right. Damage.
You obliterate him. He shrinks down to his normal size, convulsing on the floor as he dies.
So, Drake's next. So I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20. Where do I got to go to give Drake advantage?
What do you mean?
You can't give me advantage.
No, we're not playing flanking rules.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
if that's the case, I'll just stay where I'm at.
If we do play flank, the thing is, like, in general, for 5th edition, it's better if you play flanking rules, give it like a +1 or +2, but then we got to go deal with a +1 effects and stuff. So monsters don't get flanking, you guys don't get flanking.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Basically, if you want to give somebody advantage on an attack, you gotta,
Yeah, but then you have to like look at all the exceptions. Does a spell count, or you know range count? Yeah, you gotta look at all that stuff. 4th
Okay,
edition
I'll-
had clear-cut rules on it. That's why flanking was good on that.
So one thing I noticed is that when you deleted the token, for some reason it removed my hex, so it didn't roll the concentration save. Do you want me to go ahead and do that now? Because technically I still have that up.
Oh, are you going to be using this hex? If so, then roll.
I would like to try to move it
Okay,
over.
then roll the concentration. It just depends. If you're not using it, doesn't matter.
Oh, so I lose it.
Mm.
So yeah, that affects what I'm going to do. This is just going to be 2 generic swipes. Oh, geez.
Now, what about your Hexblade's Curse? Is that something that you move off a dead creature?
No, I can't move that
Oh,
off
okay.
of that creature. Not until like level 18 or something like that.
Wow.
18.
Yeah, it's like Relentless Hex or something like that, where I can move the Hexblade's
that-
Curse.
Hex goes on forever.
First hit for minimum damage. Second hit for not minimum damage.
All right.
But that's enough to take him down as you finish
Woo.
off these Durgar. Okay, I think right now would be a good time for us to take a little break because we.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so what does the party decide to do in terms of you guys are pretty badly banged up right now. How do you choose to kind of heal yourselves?
Yeah, I think regardless.
Lynn will do the prayer of healing and at least get those back. Except Gregory, I didn't have to target him because he wasn't wounded.
Okay, so we got to do a little bit of math with the prayer of healing. Drake is at 21 wounds, so you can bring him down to 15 wounds. That's the most you could do.
Yeah, I would save your prayer healing and just use the medicine kit.
Yeah, both Drake and Lynn, you have equivalent amount of damage.
Actually, because the prayer of healing, I wonder if we're confusing something. It says up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each regain hit points equal to 2d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. I think it's the channel divinity that has a limit.
Oh, I'm
on it.
sorry. Yeah,
That's not
yeah,
what I'm
yeah. I got that confused. The restoring light channel divinity thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you
So
may want to
this
save
is-
your channel divinity because you know there's some undead to the north.
Yeah, but this is prayer of healing, which is a spell,
Okay.
a 2nd level spell.
Hey, however you guys want to do it.
I think we just use our hit dice and save the prayer of healing.
That's fine with me.
Where are you guys
Yeah.
going to take your short rest? Unfortunately, you
I would
guys,
say right here.
you guys have been locked out of the your way up.
Yeah, I think this is the only room that we have that we can take a short rest.
Can we move back into that corridor and take our rest?
I suppose so.
Well, they have
mean-
nice beds up there and a fire and a throne, so Lynn's really happy just going up there and taking over their campsite.
Okay, I'm fine with that, Lynn.
So we're gonna go over there and take a short rest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sit up on the throne and kick my feet back.
So you guys go up there. You know they have nice beds. They have a fire going. They have some food, unidentified meat cooking in there. But after about 15 minutes of you guys doing your short rest, the door behind the throne opens.
I duck down.
You can roll a stealth.
Okay.
So the door opens, and it is another one of these Dragar coming in to check
Oh,
check
great.
in on this group. He opens
Should
the
we have
door.
rolled
He-
I was gonna say, should we have rolled our hit dice? Or should
you
that
you, you
just-
barely have spent 15 minutes. You didn't even finish your short rest.
You don't even
Okay.
get the short rest, yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you short rested in a very dangerous location. So this Dragar opens up. And he's like, "What in the blazes?" He sees the bodies of all his prior. He says, "You go get Namira," and he prepares for battle.
I flip up. I peek my head up over the top of the throne that I had ducked down, and I'm gonna Eldritch Blast him.
Hold on, I need to roll his perception against your stone.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you do not get advantage on this attack.
He sees me.
This is an initiative-based attack, so we're gonna go down the list of initiative. If you don't mind, I'll keep your initiative from the
Yeah, that's fine.
prior battles. So there's this Dragar and then this Dragar. The Dragar that caught you guys screams out, "Go get Namira!" And
I was gonna try and catch him by surprise.
unfortunately, you weren't you kind of did your best to stealth, but he kind of surprised you too. So you're equally you are both equally surprised each other, but there's no advantage or anything. So we go down the list of initiative. That Dragar runs to the back. Gray, you are first up. This Dragar has opened the door and found the mess that you guys made.
Okay, well, I'll put my hunter's mark should still be active, so I'll put it on him.
It's still active. That's the good thing about you were complaining about the hunter's mark running out. You still got it.
Yeah. And I'll go ahead and take a shot at him. Nice. Now I can just roll the dice 6 because if I roll the swarm, it'll probably add the hunter's mark onto it.
Yeah, just roll a d6 and I'll subtract it. See if you can take him down.
Nope.
Oof.
Man, my swarm, you guys are really lacking today.
Your swarm was not your swarm was getting ready to take a nice nap, and this guy shows up.
Okay, well I'm gonna move back here behind this pillar.
All right, Drake, you see that he begins whispering some sort of innate magical incantation.
Yeah. Question: is this throne like a stone throne, or is it a wood throne? Is it bolted to the
It's a
ground?
stone throne connected to the ground itself.
All right. In that case, I'm just gonna hop off of it and go around it. But I'll get up on him, and I'm gonna slash him. Hi, buddy. How you doing?
That's a good hit. You got him bloodied. Ooh, the second
That
one
one's a
misses.
And so that was probably like 10 feet of movement to get up to him, and I'm gonna promptly Zoidberg away.
Okay, excellent. Lynn, you were just sitting down to take a nice rest and play with the keys. This- when this foul-mouthed Durgar just interrupts your little party.
Hey, I'm gonna try Toll the Dead. See how badly I roll with that tonight.
Get them land.
You hit with a Sacred Flame earlier. That was pretty good. He fails.
Failed.
He failed your Toll the Dead.
All right.
Excellent.
Did that still... I wonder at level 4. I'm just gonna check real quick.
I don't think it's. I don't think any cantrips will scale up at level 4. I think it's at level 5 when the cantrips start scaling
Yeah, I
up.
think
Okay.
it's level
So
But
it is
I'm not
still
sure about
right.
Toll of Dead. I know that for most cantrips. Okay.
Oops, that was the wrong one. I clicked radiant damage. I clicked the sacred flame damage instead of the.
Is it different than Toll the Dead?
Yeah, it should be a D12 for Toll the Dead.
And it should be necrotic instead of.
Why don't you
radiant.
just roll again? It doesn't matter to these Durgar if it's a necrotic or not. Just roll it again, and I'll add 2 hit points to it.
Oh!
No, those 11 points from what he had before would put him at 1 hit point.
Oh man.
Because
so he's barely hanging on there.
Well, I shouldn't have told you he has 1 hit point, but
Now we know.
That's okay.
now you know.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't really matter. He's
Well, it
whoever
does
attacks him
because
next
he
is probably-
finishes his incantation and then poof.
Does he turn invisible?
Oh, yeah. So now you guys hear him kind of walking into your room, going somewhere to the north area. You're not sure where. You know what the hell he's up to at this point. And that is the end of his turn. Gregory.
All right, so noticing that he just vanished, I am going to cast See Invisibility.
All right. So it only applies to you, and nobody else sees him. But you,
Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
Gregory, you see him. He is right there.
All right.
But that
All right.
anything else
But
on your turn?
I did burn my main action to cast the spell, so
Well, you see him.
You guys
He's
still
there,
have
and
cantrip.
you see
What I'm
that,
gonna
Gregory.
do-
You see that not only is he there, but he is whispering some sort of
Oh, that's
innate magical incantation. You think he's going to grow big again?
oh. Well, I'm gonna pretend like I can't see him, but in a way gesture to my friends that he's doing something, but while pretending that I can't see him, but hinting to them that that's where he is. I don't know if it's possible to do that as a free action.
You can do, yeah, sure. You can tell your characters he's right over there, but they still can't see him. They see a bunch of crates and boxes.
All right, but then I pretend what, but as far as he's concerned, I try to do like a
Yeah.
pretend like I can't see him so that he doesn't know that I can see him.
Oh, sure. As long as you're sure he doesn't recognize your see invisibility spell. You don't know. Yes, you can. So you're not looking at him. You're not looking at him and pretending like you don't see him, which is fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna let me see. Oh, there are verbal components to see invisibility. I don't know.
Yeah, but you don't know if this guy recognizes that you cast that spell specifically.
All right, so I'm gonna end my turn, and then
going back on the top of initiative, you hear a door open somewhere in the beyond. You hear some footsteps. You don't see anything. Boom, 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 boom. You hear footsteps, and then you hear the Durgar yell out in undercommon, Namira, we have intruders. And you hear some footsteps rushing back and forth. This dwarf, all the way in the back room, he is going to cast his see invisibility spell. So only Gregory is going to be able to see them when they rush out. He goes invisible, and let's see, 5. Gray, it is your turn. However, you do not see any enemies. You know that they're there.
Okay.
Greg kind of hinted at one that may be over there.
Right.
You saw another one coming in out from that room beyond before he just cast invisibility and disappeared.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move to there. And can I take a shot at the one that with the disadvantage that Gregory pointed out?
If you take a shot at an invisible creature, not only is it disadvantage, the thing is you're not really supposed to, but I will let you take a shot at it. But it's going to be a really bad penalty if you're willing to undergo it. It won't be more than it'll be more. Yeah, I'm going to have to give him like I know that you have sharpshooter and you ignore cover, but I'm going to give him 3/4 cover plus disadvantage. See if you can magically.
You're probably better off just holding action on the door.
You still have a chance of hitting him. Even at -5 with disadvantage, you still have a chance. It's not impossible because Gregory did a pretty good job pointing him out.
Which one is he, anyway? Because I don't see. I don't know how to.
I will pop him so you can target him. I'll pop him out.
Okay. I still don't see him, but
yeah, but you're shooting at that vicinity, so it's -5 with disadvantage.
Okay, I got it.
But you can get lucky.
He is Dugar number 1.
Dugar number 1.
So if I drop it on his name.
Yeah, you should be able to. He's not unconscious actually. So.
Okay.
No, unfortunately, the invisible creature is really hard to hit. Hold on, let me unconscious him. He actually has 1 hit point.
Okay. Shit. Okay. Well, that's all I can do, so I already moved, so I'll pass my turn.
All right, Drake, you're up. You don't see, but you know they're there.
Yeah. I know roughly where he is, though, right?
Yeah, but it'll be just as bad as what Gray had to undergo if you try to randomly attack that area. Well, if you have an AOE, I mean, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. So I'm gonna move 40 feet, and this may or may not work, but I am going to go ahead and cast Sword Burst, which is every creature within 5 feet of me has to make a Dexterity save.
Oh, so it's a save spell.
Yeah, it's a save or suck spell.
So what is your spell's DC?
It's actually DC 13, but it's coded as 10 for some reason. Hold on, I gotta try and fix that. I remember that from last time.
What I'm going to do is that I'm going to give him advantage on the save.
Oh shoot, hold on. I'm clicking it, but I'm not in the coding section.
Do it again and give him advantage on it.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta type Dex DC.
Or I can roll it for him. Then maybe that'll be easier.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it for him. I gotta
yeah,
figure out how to
that'll
do
be
this.
easier. Because I actually don't know how to do that.
But yeah, this is AoE, so
He rolled a 14.
I think that succeeds. What? Because it's 8 plus proficiency plus ability. So yeah, 13 would be.
Unfortunately, it's very difficult to land an attack on this invisible creature. Despite your
All right.
greatest efforts.
Yeah, I was hoping the AoE thing would cancel that out because usually AoE just covers a whole area. Okay.
It's Lynn's turn.
Okay, so let me untarget him since he moved out of the area that I could reach. Target myself instead, and I'm going to cast Bless.
That's a good idea.
That's... And effective concentration on me, and that's the turn.
How long is your spiritual weapon gone?
No, she still has her spiritual what?
Oh, yeah.
Let me see how long it lasts.
I thought it was like, is it like 10 minutes? Or
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh, it's gone now.
Yes.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, it's gone now.
You can still move too. You haven't taken a move action.
Yeah. I will go here.
Okay. It is this a 1 hit point Durgar's turn up. Gregory, you see that he is being sneaky crafty. He moves around Drake. And
Question.
yeah.
I know part of invisibility is you can't cast any spells. Does that affect his enlarge ability?
No, it doesn't. His enlarge ability is not a spell.
Okay.
He gets over here, and Gregory, you see him get big. No, it's not. His enlarge ability is not considered a spell. It is an innate part of this being a Durgar, granted to them by their horrible gods or whatever.
Like my swarm.
Yeah.
It's not considered a spell. It's just an ability.
Gregory, it's your turn. You know where this Durgar is. He's directly to the north of you. He's sneaking around. Apparently, he doesn't know that you see him, and he's going to try to come and clobber you.
I basically just nonchalantly turn around and like still pretending like I'm oblivious, and I'm just like whatever, and then I just cast a firebolt on him.
You think you're going to destroy him. He's got 1
think
hit point. Tried to sneak around. And that's all you needed.
That's all he needed.
That 1 damage is all you needed. He's gone.
Does he become visible when he dies?
Yes. He becomes visible, and he shrinks down to his original size into a burnt crisp.
And I'm just like, But all right. While I'm under the see invisibility spell, do I know that he became visible?
No, everybody knows he became visible. Yeah, you know if something's invisible or not when you see invisibility, I think.
Yeah, I see invisible things as if they are visible, and I see ethereal things as like a kind of like a faded kind of spectral kind of.
Yeah, I would imagine you see some sort of magical aura around him that fades off when he becomes visible.
And I'm just like, oh, okay. And I just look at my like finger wand. I'm like, oh well, and I end my turn.
Do we have a round to prepare before other ones come rushing in?
This is the round where they're coming rushing in. But yeah, I think you do. So, Gregory, you see 2 more Durgar come out of here. Okay? The first one is a angry, nasty-looking female. She has She has extended plate mail. Not plate mail. What kind of mail she has? She has a scale mail on, and she's wielding a huge sword. And the minute she steps out of here, this area you're looking at, she grows big. And she is invisible. And then you see the second Durgar also does the same thing. Steps out of that doorway and then grows real big. So what I'll do is I'll make them visible for a second so you see what happened. And this is where they are.
So one of them.
So that is actually their turn because they have to use an action to grow. But they run out ready to assault you. You think that that female one looks like she's a pretty nasty looking threat. She looks like she's got that big sword is going to do some serious damage if she can land it on you. And she looks like she's very ripped, super muscular. She's got a helmet on. And she looks like she's kind of the fighter type. Gray, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout to Gregory and ask if he could kind of point out where the Dugar are.
Well, technically, you don't know that they ran out. Only he does. You can shout out, Gregory, what the hell's going on? What do you see?
I'm just like pretending like I'm just reading my book, and then I'd like take my my like feather pen and I just like dip the fluffy end toward the throne there, like kind of as a way to point toward that's where they are.
Well, I'm going to cast another fairy fire, and I'm just going to center it kind of on the throne. Let's see.
Well, if Gregory, Gregory, if you signal to him where these things are, then he can do that.
But I do it in like a nonchalant way, but in a way that they don't really notice because they're thinking, "Oh, he's just sitting there unsuspecting."
So roll some dex saves for both of them for the fairy fire. As you guys briefly see Namira kind of phase in a little bit as the fairy fire hits her. See if she it catches her.
That worked that time.
Namira fails the fairy fire. How about the other guy? Other guy fails your fairy fire. Very nice. They are now both visible.
Okay, so
and of course you have advantage.
Right, so I can't take a shot because I took my action, but I can cast my hunter's mark on one of them. Is the named one to the north? I can't see. Named. Well, I put my hunter's mark on Namira. Yeah, the one to the north.
Yeah, Namira looks like she's a warrior. Like she's got some warrior skills.
That's 20. And I'm going to back up a few more feet and then end my turn. There you go.
All right, now they're visible and they're fairy fired. They both failed.
I got to put the advantage thing on there too for them.
Yeah. If you could do that, would make things easier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get an advantage on attacks because I can already see them anyways because my see invisibility spell.
Okay. Should be good now.
All right. That was excellent. Now they are both visible. They will not be advantage attacking, ambushing you. You can see them. You can. They're ready to be hit.
Question on the fairy fire: does that grant advantage in this case, or is that just negate their invisibility?
No, it
grants advantage.
Yeah, if they fail their save to fairy fire, they are not only are they non-invisible, but they're also you have advantage.
All right. Well, I'm gonna promptly move about 40 feet away from these people. And then I'm going to go ahead and launch a single lonely Eldritch Blast at one of them.
All right, which one? Namira, the fighter-looking one, or that other dwarf, the generic one?
Oh, go after Namira. Oh,
Ooh.
Oh, excellent.
Whoa, yes.
Ooh.
yeah. Okay, that's my turn.
That ain't bad.
No, that's fantastic. What a walloping hit on Namira, but you realize Namira can take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
She's
I
well
probably
armored and
barely scratched her.
ready to assault. Lynn,
Alrighty.
the party started. Unfortunately, Namira's looking like she wants to go fisticuffs with all of you.
Well, I think my guiding bolt worked pretty well last time, so I'll give that a shot again. Is advantage? Do I need to click advantage, or is that
No,
automatic?
it's already
Do it
there.
automatically.
You rolled a lot of stuff, but you hit her. I saw so much stuff being rolled.
I did.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh, did I hit? I damaged myself accidentally.
Yeah, what happened with that? I'm seeing a concentration. Oh, you had yourself targeted. Yeah, can you fix your own
Blast.
self problem?
That was from the blast.
Yeah,
So I did 8 damage to me.
Yeah,
that I
yeah.
could
yeah.
on.
Cancel the damage on yourself. So you did you did the right damage to Namira, right? Let me see.
Yes.
Okay,
I
good.
think-
Namira just shrugs it off.
Yeah. It looks like everything was good. The extra D20 rolls was from her hitting herself.
And I've untargeted me, so
That's good.
and I'm going to move back some more to here.
All right.
Red, drop a nuke on him.
All right. I see these two guys, and I'm like, oh, they're all colorful now. And
Colorful and easy to hit.
I don't want to do this. You know what? You know what? No, I'm just gonna cast Firebolt on. I'll just cast it on her just to get her down. Alright, and that's all I can do. I get up from where I am and I walk. There. And I turn.
All right, Namira can't wait to show you what she can do. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, she cannot get within melee range of Gregory, but she's gonna end up here. She's going to open up, throwing a massive greatsword attack at Drake.
Oof.
Oh, she attacks at +6. Sorry, I gotta change this.
Yeah.
She is big. Greatsword attack.
Yeah,
Oh.
that'll hit.
That's a hit.
Her greatsword's gonna do extra damage because she's big.
Yeah, there's not much I can do about it.
Ooh.
Does that? Are you unconscious with that?
Oh yeah. That brings me down to 0.
Namira screams out, "You've walked into the wrong dwarven ruin today." She actually had a second attack, but she's not going to use it because she's exhausted her speed and movement. She screams out to the other Durgar, "That one! Get rid of this fairy fire now!" "Yes, boss." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Oh, hold on. No, that's too much speed. 1. Let me just measure it out. He can only get up to here as he dashes. All right, Namira, pretty nasty. Gray.
Okay, well, I am going to try and take a sharpshooter shot at Namira. I actually need to remove my hunter's mark because that was concentration and I cast that other spell, so is it on somebody else too?
The generic dwarf is charging straight at you with his war pick. But
Right, I
they
know.
they don't run that fast.
Okay, so well, first of all, I'm going to take a shot, like I said, at the with my sharpshooter feet at Namira.
Can't be too hard to hit with advantage.
Okay.
Yep.
And then let's see, it's this one.
Oh! Ooh, you
And,
bloody Namira!
And I'm going to roll a dice 6 for the
Swarm?
swarm.
Yeah, I'll just take it
Well,
off.
no, actually, I could actually do it because I took the hunter's mark off since I lost concentration on hunter's mark. Yep, there we go.
Namira is devastated by that assault.
Okay, and I am going to, let's see, 30 feet. Right, I'm going to go behind this pillar over here then. Whoops. Okay, quit. There. All right, so I'm going behind this pillar, and that'll be my turn.
Drake, we need a save. Namira does not seem interested in attacking some creature that's unconscious to kill it. Oh, and Drake gets up.
Amen.
All right.
Up.
Good,
What
great.
a crit! What a timely crit! That
Do I get my action?
No, you can't get an action.
No, the death save isn't at the beginning of your turn.
Yeah, but that was his turn. But he rolled a crit on his death save, so he is up.
If you crit your death save, you get to take your turn afterwards. You wake up to 1 HP.
I don't think so. I've never played like that. I mean, we can check that rule.
Hold on.
Because it is a pivotal battle. I don't mind us slowing down to check that rule. But I've never played it where you when you crit a death save, you get to take the full turn.
Yeah, this is one of those weird cases that doesn't come up very often.
No, I already gave you guys the enlarge it costs an action one. So unfortunately, I'll have to take this away. Just 1 for 1 is fair. You don't get a full turn, but you are up. Lynn. So see, this battle's turning pretty ugly. Well, you guys went from a difficult battle without healing to another difficult battle.
So I'm gonna move up here where I can actually see Namira.
Yeah, Namira looks badly beat up.
Yeah. I need that. Oh.
Okay, it's on page 197 of the Player's Handbook. Whenever you start your turn with 0 hit points, you must make a strength saving throw for a death saving throw. Determine whether you creep close to death or hang on to life. Unlike other saves, this one is tied to any ability score. You are in your fate now. Oh.
Whatever you rolled, Namira failed.
She's just casting Toll the Dead.
Ooh, Namira got told real bad.
And then she's going to move back behind the pillar.
Excellent. All right, Gregory, you.
Yeah, on the player's handbook they say with death saves you make them at the beginning of your turn, but yeah. All right.
Listen, I've never played it where I've actually had somebody take a full turn after succeeding a death save.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I never actually Yeah, I never actually played it that way. I'm not saying that it was wrong or right. We can look it up later. But I gave you guys them enlarging is a full action, so that I think it's a big gift because otherwise it could be a bonus action and they could be wailing on you.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look it up and then we'll verify it next time because it might have to be something we have to look up in forums or compendiums.
Back up to here.
Come on, Gregory, take
Yeah,
care.
I tried to avoid looking at the monster manual. Otherwise, I would go Google it.
Oh yeah, I still have her targeted. I cast Firebolt. Full damage. And my turn.
It's Namira's turn, and you know what? Hold on. Let's see how much speed she has. Does she have the speed? Hold on. This would be...
Oh, she should catch him, no problem.
Yeah, she will. So this is what I'm going to do. Namira doesn't know that you just got up. So she's going to walk out, and you may take an opportunity attack. You make it good enough, she'll go down. Ooh. But she didn't know that, so I'll give you an opportunity attack as she runs after Gregory, who just firebolted her.
I'll take it.
Go ahead.
I'll just slash at her ankles. Oh, I didn't have her targeted, did I?
Yeah, no, you did have a target. Unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Namira is real mad. Boom, 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 boom. She runs over to you, Greg. First, she's going to make 2 great sword attacks.
Oh.
You ready for this, Greg? You got your shield up and everything? Okay.
Go ahead and...
Oh, that's a dreadful miss.
Great.
Natural 1, too.
She takes a second great sword attack. That's going to hit you. Yeah. Can you shield out of that?
No.
No, the attack is too high.
Wow.
Now, after she does that to you, Greg, she screams out, "I'm gonna show you how a true warrior fights, you pissants!" She action surges.
Oh, shit.
Are you ready for this, Greg?
Okay.
That's another 2 attacks. Are you shielding this?
He can't.
Nah, it's just high enough that, yeah. Oh my goodness.
She puts you down. I told you she was a fighter. Okay. Jagar, he's going to continue to chase Gray, following her orders. I think he's got a double run. Yeah, he's got a double run. He can't attack this turn. But he's going to get in melee range. And she says, "Take down that fairy fire now!" Yes, boss. Gray, you're up.
Oh, man, I'm up, huh?
Yeah. All right, he finally got within melee range of you because he backed you up against the wall.
Yep. And I sure would like to take her down is what I'd like to do.
She doesn't look like she has a lot of health left. But, you know.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and attack her.
So advantage and disadvantage will cancel out if you attack her.
Well, why would I get disadvantage attacking her?
Because he's
Because
within
you're in
5
melee.
feet. Yeah, he got it within melee.
That's not fun.
So you can attack her, but it'll be a standard attack without the advantage, which you may still hit. You know, you have a pretty high attack bonus.
Yeah.
So if you do make the attack, click on disadvantage, so they'll cancel out.
Yeah, it's a long round. You might as well just go after the Dur guy that's standing in front of you. At least that way you still get the advantage.
Okay.
You just saw Namira run over and just slash Gregory so hard, he reels back. Now he's on the floor unconscious.
Or if you're in melee with the Durgard, could you get over to where Namira is so that you don't have disadvantage if you have to attack with melee anyway?
Yeah, I guess he can walk around this Durgar, which is pretty big.
Okay. And then attack her.
Yeah, and then get in her melee range. You can't stand there. You can stand there. Okay. I think because that's between. I'm sorry, this guy's taking up too much space. This resizing thing is Yeah, just go ahead. I gotta figure out a better way to resize. You hit her.
Okay.
Oh,
hey!
Tell me how you end Namira's life.
I look at Namira and say, "How dare you do that to my friend Gregory?" And I poke her once real quick in one eye and once real quick in the other eye, piercing her brain.
She's gone. You guys have finished off the Durgar fighter who action surged.
And that's all I can do, because if I try to move out of his range, he'll get an attack at me. So.
All right, Drake. Well, the 1 hit point wonder. You're up. You got one guy left.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back up to the throne. because that's as far as I can get on 40 feet of movement. And I'm going to send an Eldritch Blast down at him.
Oh, yeah, he's still got advantage. I mean, you still got advantage. Oh, you're good. You're good.
Double 19s, man. Right. I wish that was a crit. Fortunately, I don't have the Hexblade's Curse to throw on him.
You send him a bolt that sends him reeling. He turns around in the circle. Who did that?
Yep. And I'm actually going to, hide myself from the door. So I'm, basically keeping low at this point.
Yeah, you can keep low, but you can't take a hide action, per se. But
yeah, I just don't want... I want cover from if there's anything behind the door.
Sure. All right, Lynn, you guys have whittled down these Durgar to one guy.
Okay, I'm going to bonus action healing word on Gregory.
That will bring Greg back up to consciousness. Go ahead and roll it.
Healing.
Greg is back to consciousness.
Hey, dude.
That was quite a wallop he took.
And then I'm going to shoot my crossbow at the Durgar. Which I can't even hit with Bless. And I'm going to move a little bit. And that's all.
Not pretty good today, though.
Oh, Gregory, you wake up having taken a really severe wound, but now you realize Namir is dead.
I wake up and I'm still lying down and I just see her corpse in front of me. I'm like, oh. And I get up and look at her corpse. I'm like, well, guess the shoe's on the other foot now. And then I walk over to here, using the rest of my move, and then I see this guy. And I'm just like, you know what?
Take him out.
He thinks I would. I am going to...
You're going to lightning bolt him with that scroll?
Oh, yeah, you got a lightning bolt.
No, that would be a way... I'm not going to tell you what to do, but...
He's not worth wasting a scroll like that on him. No.
No, why would I use a lightning bolt on him? He ain't worth that.
It's because it'd be funny.
You know what? He's not even worth Scorching Ray. I'm gonna magic missile him.
I think you had targeted Namira. Oh, but you also targeted him, so you did do the damage, so you're good.
I can untarget Ymira.
It doesn't matter. She's already dead.
Yeah,
I'll just remove her.
because she ain't worth having magic missiles launched into her corpse.
Oh, you bring him to the brink of death. But he's gonna get his round before he goes down.
The only thing I can do is complete my turn, and that.
Yeah, it still shows him as just being wounded, so he's got.
If he tries, if Gray is capable of melee, then he would have to. Well, no, maybe not.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's not on the brink of death. I was looking at Namira.
Maybe.
Let me make sure that your damages hit him. Yes, they did. Okay. No, I'm sorry. He's not on the brink of death. It was Namira I was looking at. No, he's still alive and kicking and ready to go to town.
Maybe I should have launched Scorching Ray at him. Oh well.
He is going to do a +6 to his attack. And he swings his war pick at you, Gray. Trying to take down that fairy fire. Oh, he may be able to take down that fairy fire. He's gonna hit you with a war pick. Did you roll a concentration?
No.
It doesn't matter. You went unconscious.
Oh, the fairy fire goes down. Gray, he just knocked you the hell out.
Yes, he did.
And since he has movement, he's gonna take his opportunity. He's like, I will kill the rest of you, even without Namira. Gray, you are down.
Oh, I'm up? Oh, I need to do
Well,
a save.
you're up and you're down.
Well, I know, but I didn't know it was my turn. I was, what are you waiting on, man? All right.
Hey, save.
Okay.
Hold on, let me fix this positioning. That's better. Let's see a save. You are good on one save.
Okay.
And luckily, these Dragard are not interested in attacking your unconscious bodies, which I can't promise for every monster. It depends on what you're fighting. These guys are more interested in taking down the conscious ones first. Okay, Drake, you are up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna launch an Eldritch Blast at this guy.
You got him.
If I look up over the throne, is there anything in the room beyond me? Does it look like there's more Durgar coming?
You don't see anybody coming at you from beyond. You see a small audience chamber, and there's a large table made out of a stone slab.
I'm gonna move around to the door and shut it if I can do that.
Sure. I'll give you a free action for that. That's not a problem.
And then after that, I'm going to, after I've shut it, because that only used like, 15 feet of my movement, I'm going to come hide up in this corner.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn. I mean, by hide, I'm just like...
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Behind a pillar.
Breaking line of sight.
Yep.
Lynn, this last Dragar has just put Gray down.
Get him, Lynn.
All right, I do not like trying using my spell, but I'm going to anyway. I'll try it. Target. Step of 1. Fireman.
All right, what are you gonna throw at him?
I'm gonna go with the guiding bolt again.
That gets him.
All right.
This might be the end for him.
We can hope.
That is the end. Ah, and he begins melting and shrinking, and there's a big
I'm
glowing,
melting!
this big glowing corpse on the ground.
And then Gregory just looks at the corpse lying there as it's glowing. He's like, "Oh, neat."
All right, you guys. Unfortunately, you guys had to do 2 grueling battles, what back to back, but you survived, and you're good for now. So
Yeah, we definitely need a short rest now.
as the battle subsides, you continue to hear this clink, clink, clinking of an anvil to the south, behind those closed doors. That's where it's coming from. Whoever's making that sound with the anvils, they have not come into the room, even despite this battle.
Well, first, before Lynn is using her healer's kit with the healer feat to get some hit points back to Gray, which is 1d6 plus 4 plus, let's see, what is your hit die is 4, so
My hit die is 8.
8, so you've got 8 now, but you've got 4 hit
It's
die.
level 4, yeah.
So that would be 4. 1d6 plus 8 is what you get back with the healer's kit.
Do you have a script for it, or you can just roll it?
No, I'll have to just roll it.
All right, 1d6 plus 8.
Yes. So 9 points back.
That's better than nothing.
Does that take 10
Thank you.
minutes, though, to do the healing?
No, because it's an action.
Oh, okay.
But I can only do it.
When you're unconscious.
Well, no, I can do it to anybody, but they only get the benefit of it once per day. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for Greg too.
It didn't take it off of mine.
No, you'll have to do it manually because I
How
don't
much
have
was it? 9?
9.
Okay.
I thought that was once per short rest.
I think it's once, let me look, once per long rest for 24 hours, I think. Oh, no, it is for short rest, so I could do it again after a short. So, Gregory, you get back 14. And let's see, Drake.
Yeah, as soon as I got the door secure and the fight ended, I'll move up to the rest of the group.
Drake, you get back 13. And I'm doing it myself too.
I'm going to also false life myself since we have a round out of combat.
And then I'll mark off those uses of my healer's kit.
How many hit points are you at, Gray?
23 now. Oh, wait a
Wait.
minute.
No,
Yeah, you deducted it from your hit points and not from your wounds.
Okay, let me do that.
You needed to take it from your
I did it
wounds.
backwards. Okay. All right, should be good.
All
now.
right, you guys good?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
we're
we
good now.
definitely need
Yeah.
a short rest
That was
now.
quite an encounter. Do you want to loot these Durgar's bodies that are
Yeah.
lying all over
Yeah.
the place?
I'd like to block off that door that they get coming out of.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that stone throne. Is it carved into the floor, or is it? A
Yeah, it's
separate
part of the
piece?
floor. This is an intricately
Okay.
carved dwarven kind of dwarven make. It is part of the floor itself.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it could be moved.
That door behind it, it has a keyhole on it, but obviously it's not locked anymore because that door, the dwarves came out of it. That door behind it is like a thick stone door with iron bindings, but obviously because the dwarves already came out of it, it's no longer locked.
Yeah,
It
can I
was
try to
locked.
can I try to lock it?
Maybe we can find the key on the leader.
You do find the key on the leader.
Well,
You
we can
find
lock the door then.
you do find the key on the leader. You find actually 2 keys on the leader. Both of these look like keys that belong to this dungeon. Because they look like they're similar designs to those fancy keys you got earlier, but they're not quite as fancy. They're just regular keys.
I'll take those over to the door behind the throne, and I'll try to relock the door.
Yes, it does lock that door.
Okay, good. Whew, at least this way, if they need to come in, they have to unlock the door first.
You know, loot the Dugars and check their sleeping.
Okay, so as you walk around, start looking at that banging continues. It's like nothing. Whatever's down south beyond those doors, they either they haven't noticed or they don't care. They just continue and hammer on anvil, dink, dink, dink. So you guys take a thorough search of not just the Dugars, but also their encampment, everything. You find that a lot of the treasures that the Dugars were holding, you find about 2,000 gold pieces. You find
nice.
You find a couple of small sapphires.
Sweet.
Hold on. Where is this thing? Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to fix, because the thing is, the loot that you're supposed to get isn't in what's written. So I'm trying to update. Yeah, you find a big bag of small sapphires that you think is worth a pretty penny. And hold on, the sapphires are good. Okay, and then now to the good stuff. You find a fancy and intricate set of half-plate mail that Namira was wearing. You're not sure it's magical, but it's definitely very, very special. It does not have Durgadin's crest on it. You find that original dwarf you killed, Grenalda, she had a dwarven crested short sword. You find, you take Namira's sword, and you realize that her sword is magical. Very finely made, underdark Yurgar construction. Wow. You find several potions of healing that you already know are potions of healing, so I have them identified. And you find another magical potion. This potion looks like it is a blue potion with specks of orange in it. You don't know what it is. It's a magical potion. So here's your loot bag.
Yeah. Rather than spending a lot of time in this room, I'm going to suggest that we find someplace a teensy bit more secure.
I agree.
The question is, where can you go? You guys are kind of locked out.
Yeah, either the hallway behind us and close the door and hope they don't come back up that passage, or there's that room to the north, but then again, I mean, we've only opened the door, we haven't been inside.
Yeah, I don't think we're in any shape to want to do another fight, so anywhere we go, we may get into another one.
Well, if we go into that little corridor and maybe we could use some pitons or something or is the keyhole in there? Maybe we could lock it and use some pitons to keep it closed and take our rest in that little corridor, maybe.
That door to the corridor does not have a lock.
Mm-hmm. And then it opens out, right?
Yeah. You guys opened it and set the trap off initially.
The trap should be disarmed, though, now.
Yeah, you guys have burnt out the trap already. It was a tripwire that activated a magic glyph that exploded, but it's burnt out at this point.
Well, we definitely need a rest wherever we can find some place.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Probably even before we tossed the room. I would say probably we searched the bodies, but did we toss the room?
What do you mean toss the room?
Like check
Look
the
in all the
sleeping
beds.
bag.
Oh no,
Around the
I'm
campfire,
including checking all the sleeping bags and stuff.
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, we already tossed the room.
Yeah.
So to
the
speak.
throne.
Yeah, so
okay.
certain times when you check, you don't need to roll investigation or stuff. It depends on what you're looking for. There are times when you check a room and you have to roll stuff. So I'll let you know. I don't want to just like have you roll stuff where the result's going to be pointless, unless I'm trying to
Right.
fake you out. You know.
Yeah, hallway then is all I can think of. And we really badly need a short rest, so hopefully we can pull it off this time.
And I
So
can't-
you guys are choosing to go back to that little corridor that you came through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Lynn needs a long rest if we could pull it off.
yeah, you all do.
I think we
Yeah,
can
wrong
Yeah, I don't
set a
think-
guard.
I don't
Set a
think a
guard
long-
this time too.
Yeah, I don't think a long rest is in the cards, but a short rest might be.
Well, you tell me what you want to do.
Well, once again I'm clear out of spell slots, and I don't get them back.
Yeah,
so-
I only have one spell slot left.
Yeah, the problem is that if there's an Ardurgar, they're bound to come here eventually and find out what's happened.
Well, they got no reason to come in this court. Well, except for the dead bodies.
Well, can
Yeah.
you start out for a long rest, but if we don't make it, we get a short rest if we manage 4 hours?
Sure. I'm okay with that. You guys are pretty badly beat up. I think that makes sense because you guys are gonna like set out to try to do a long rest, and then you can take a short rest instead if you get interrupted within an hour, you can take the short rest. I mean, after an hour. All right, so you guys are all gonna pile back into this room, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Close
Yeah,
the
I'm
door.
gonna identify that potion that's blue with little orange specks in it.
You may identify all this stuff if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the potion, it takes me 10 minutes to identify it if I use it.
This is a potion of diminution. It's a potion that shrinks you.
Huh.
Ooh.
I know that the spell says enlarge/reduce, but this potion only does the reduction part.
Well, this will come in handy.
Sort of like, I guess it's for the Durgar were using it because if they accidentally enlarge themselves or something, they need to reduce themselves. That's what this potion's about. Okay, so
Sure.
that's it for the potion. This
The other there's 4 potions of healing.
4 potions of healing.
Refined great sword. What is that? Is that,
That is a magical greatsword +1.
okay?
Wow.
Fancy. Now, this half-plate armor, you realize that this armor is not actually magical. You can identify it, but I need you to roll a little bit of like an intelligence-based roll. It's not actually magical, so your identify spell doesn't really work on it. But if you want to roll an intelligence check, I will allow an investigation also.
So just a investigation check or a raw intelligence? Not that it matters.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Just roll the intelligence.
All right. In the tower?
Yeah. You have identified this as a half plate of Get Naked Quickly.
What?
Okay.
It's a cast-off half-plate armor. It is a half-plate armor that is very specially designed by Durgar craftsmen to be able to just drop off of you as an action instead of having to doff it over 10 minutes. Other than that, it's just half-plate armor.
Huh.
This was worn by Namira.
I don't know if that's something Lynn would be interested in or not.
Lynn, does half-plate interest you?
No.
Okay.
It's not better than what
Well,
you're currently wearing.
you take it off quickly. That's kind of cool.
And then, of course, you get a short sword with the crest on it. I put these items inside the party sheet. Any takers for these items?
Um,
The keys I won't distribute, obviously.
right.
Anybody can use this half plate.
Well, except for
I'm
Gregory.
I'm medium armor, but I mean that would give me disadvantage on stealth, and that's not something I want.
Now
Are you even proficient with heavy armor?
it's medium armor.
No, it's half plate. It's medium armor.
Oh, that's right. Yes, it's not plate mail.
Also want to ask, what does the magic property mean?
What magic property?
In the description of the cast half plate armor, it says properties magic.
It's not magic. I don't know why it says magic.
Oh, so that don't give you.
Yeah, it says magic. It's not magic. It's just a very well-designed plate mail. The plates interlock in a certain way where you can just do a motion where you put your arms up in a certain way and the plate mail falls off your body.
What? Okay, if nobody else wants it, I'll take it. And if I'm in a place where I need to really be stealthy, I'll just switch out real quick since that's a property of it.
Yes, you can actually literally just take it off. You can't.
Actually, I might, thinking about that, I might fight you for that then.
Well, then you can have it then, because you're usually up forward. I try to stay backwards, but yeah, you can have it. That's fine with me.
Yeah, because it does come off with an action. So
Okay. Any takers for the potion of shrinking and potions of healing?
Potions of healing we
there's
can
no
probably
potions of healing, so we
divide
should
evenly.
just give one to each of us.
I think
And
I got a lot of I got like 4 or 5 potions of healing. So.
And how about the potion of shrinking down?
I mean, if nobody else wants it, I'll take it and put it in my. I mean, you never know.
You never know. And can anybody wield a huge greatsword +1 greatsword?
Only somebody
The only
who's
person I know.
only somebody who's proficient in martial weapons
Not only but it's a two-handed weapon.
and can wield two-handed weapons and has high strength.
If
Like
not,
something to sell eventually.
Which is not me.
Lynn, are you interested in this greatsword +1?
I can't use it.
Okay, so I'll distribute the items. Everything else is going to go inside.
Actually, Gray, go ahead and take the armor.
Oh, I already distributed, but you can drop it back in his inventory if you want.
Yeah, hold on. I'll drop it in the party inventory. The other thing I didn't think about is weight, and it's a little bit heavier than what I'm wearing right now. Because it's like twice as heavy. It's 40 pounds.
Did you put it back in?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, okay.
What is it under? Because I'm not seeing the half plate.
It's called
there,
cast off
okay,
half
yeah,
plate.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there it went.
Yep. Okay. Cast off.
Yeah, that
Okay.
would actually put me over if I was carrying that around everywhere.
I gotta look at my weight. 186. So I'm going to take the I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You can probably just wear it all the time. I mean, I tend to always be at the front, and you tend to be more at the back.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to watch out. You're gonna get disadvantage on stealthing if you're wearing
That's
that.
what I say, but I'll be, if there's somewhere where I need to be stealthy, I'll just switch armors real quick. And
You how long does it take you to put on your other armor?
well, it's just leather studded armor, so
It's light, so I think it's 1 minute.
Yeah.
But then you also have to consider that to change back into the plate, you have to take, I think it's...
an action.
No, it's only off that it's an action.
Oh,
on, you still have to take the full amount of time.
Yeah, it's a plate of getting naked quickly. That's not a plate of putting it back on quickly.
Yeah, so I think it's 10 minutes or 5 minutes, one of the two.
Well,
All right, so you guys are in this corridor, trying to take a long rest.
Do we get to?
What? I'm. So you guys are taking a long rest in this corridor, correct?
Yeah.
Well, lucky for you guys, the random encounter I rolled was Numira, and Numira's dead. So I think you guys are going to be able to finish your 6-hour long rest in here.
oh, thank goodness.
Oh yeah. Well, it'd probably be closer to 8 with a watch.
Okay, so what? After your long rest, I need Constitution saving throws from Drake.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna
Gray.
play this game again.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Nope, I probably fail. I'm a DC 10.
It depends on how badly you fail, as how badly the effect is. Gray.
Yeah,
Oh, you might be fine.
So with a 10, you get a level 1 of the disease, which you feel your eyes are starting to bleed again.
Okay. I do have still the lesser restoration spell memorized, so I will cast that.
Okay, you will cast that and stave off this disease for now. But you realize that as time goes on, they just keep getting sick again.
Do I know what needs to happen for them to be cured? They have to have a.
Well, you can roll a medicine. Two things will cure them completely and not have this disease come back. Number 1, a greater restoration will cure this disease. Number 2, if there is a specific antidote to the disease and you're able to find it, that may cure them as well. A greater restoration, unfortunately, is a very powerful cleric spell that you don't exactly have access to just yet. But just be warned, not every disease has a specific antidote. So if this disease has a specific antidote and you can find it, that will stop them from having to do any more Constitution saves for this disease. Otherwise, you just got to keep staving it off with lesser restoration.
okay.
Don't most diseases usually go away with time too?
It depends on how we roll the disease and what kind of disease it is. I play nasty on my diseases,
Alright.
but they have a slow onset too. You don't just get it right away. You get it when you don't suspect it. All right, so you guys crack open this door again, and the room is unchanged. These bodies are just on the ground. Now they're stiff. Nobody's come and messed with the bodies at this point. And you continue to hear that clink, clink, clink to the south.
I wonder if we should go check out the room to the west to see if we can find it.
You mean to the east?
To the east.
Because you guys are to the west.
That's right. My bad. Because maybe some of the Drugars got that disease as well, and maybe they'll have a antidote in there.
It's possible.
Well, I'll give you the options. You guys open the door to the north that goes into that area with the there's undead there. You guys have that ongoing clinking to the south, and then you guys, of course, have that that beyond that corridor, and you have 2 rooms to the north. One that you opened, one that you haven't opened.
With whatever the party wants to do, because we got to eventually be checking all of them
East
out.
and see what's back where the Durgar were coming out of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know there's danger back there.
Yeah,
so.
Drake, you had the key to that door. You took off of Namira's body, so you easily opened this door again.
Yeah, and you, Lynn, you already marked off the 2nd level spell for restoration.
I'm pretty sure I have, yes.
For both of us? Did you have to do it for both of us or just one of us?
No, only you got that. Because Gray rolled a 13 on his save,
Okay.
so he did not.
Yeah, I'm gonna false life back up, and then open the door.
So in this chamber beyond this door, it's a small audience chamber. There's a large table made of a single stone slab that dominates the room's center. There's an old tapestry in the north of the room, and you look at the tapestry, and it looks like this. This is like a woven tapestry that you see. Who's got the nicest insight? Give it to me.
Probably Gregory.
Insight.
Yes.
My insight is plus. Wait a minute, intelligence-based insight. Isn't there wisdom-based ability? Yeah, my insight's +1 to it's wisdom-based.
Oh, I
ability.
got a +4. I thought it was.
Yeah, whoever's got a nice insight, roll it. Let's see if you can figure.
I got +4, so I guess
if you realize what's going on here. You see this guy over here? That is your old pal Laertes, but like 100 years younger.
Whoa. That's Laertes on that
That
tapestry.
is Laertes. You swear it. The other dwarves you don't really recognize.
Is that another guy? Is his a hammer?
Yes, you see that dwarf in the background has a very fancy looking hammer, and he's sitting there forging something. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I pointed at the wrong. It's a dwarf. The big dwarf staring right in front of you. That's Laertes. I pointed at the wrong guy. But there's another dwarf. I mean, the scene also has another dwarf in the background hammering on a forge, and then these two other dwarves. And you're looking at, this is Laertes. It's just he looks a lot younger than he looked, and he didn't look blind. He doesn't look blind in this tapestry. So I think that's where we're ended for tonight.
Right.
Quick question, John. When you included the loot from the previous room, does that include the loot from here as well, or when we come back, will we have to search that?
No, that I included loot because the loot was being carried by Namira.
Okay.
Yeah, this room otherwise is pretty empty. It's just this big stone table.
Yeah, I wasn't sure with like the table or if like there was something hidden behind the mural or all the usual suspects.
We should probably try to take that tapestry when we leave, since it's part of Durgaden's.
Yeah, it appears to be a record of Durgaden. You're not sure which.
Actually, a brilliant idea. Yes.
You're not sure which one is Durgaden, but you think that obviously the one wielding the hammer is probably Durgaden, and that's Laertes staring you square in the face.
I thought Laertes was king.
That's what he says, but he is Laertes.